There we go. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you are joining us on stream, you are joining us live, of course, for a very, very exciting event today. And you are joining myself, Yakusawa, and I'm, of course, here with my co host, Nseeker 707.
Hello.
And guys, if you are joining us this morning, you are joining us for an exciting competition. And this is, of course, the Montrose Lenovo Arena Interhouse competition that we are having today. And we are going to have a whole lot of fun. Now, as I understand, the first teams are already set up, and we are waiting for them to just log in. And that the first game today will be between the Livingston Lifers and the Armstrong Avengers. Now, of course, Livingston and Armstrong are the individual houses, and there are two teams from each house that are competing. So the Livingston Lifers and the Armstrong Avengers are the first ones that are up today in the first game. So we are going to give them a few moments to get online and get everything ready, and they are ready then to go. But Sika, today we are here and we are sponsored by Lenovo today.
Yes, yeah, as you can see, we
Yeah.
are.
Yes, we've got our little.
Very bright Lenovo.
It is very bright, right? It's very like
Makes
all
me feel very sunshiny.
It's
today.
very sunshiny
Yeah.
and bright and that sort of stuff. So Lenovo is sponsoring the event today, so a shout out to Lenovo. We do also have some fantastic prizes that will be won by the teams today. I had to think about that for a second. They will be some fantastic prizes that will be won by the teams. Of course, the first prize is sponsored by our sponsors that has sponsored quite a few events for us as well. And they are cricket, and we will see some ads coming up today, during the intermissions and the breaks. So have a look at the cricket machines. They are up for grabs. There are 4 of them, and they will be won by the winners.
Yes, and some really awesome trophies as well that were created using cricket. So,
Absolutely. So we'll try and get a shot in of those trophies when we do a little bit of the roaming cam inside, showing you the kids playing and that sort of thing. So we'll try and get some of those shots of the prizes in as well. But the first prize worth almost 15,000 rand. So a very, very nice prize for the first team. But of course, they're not playing for that. They are playing for
the glory.
The glory and the trophies. Right?
And of course, the what is it? The top 2 teams from today will go through to the interschools.
Yes. So today is actually a series tournament that Lenovo is sponsoring, and it is the Interhouse today, and the top 8 players actually will be selected from everyone that plays today to form 2 new teams that will then play in the inter schools on the 25th.
Yes, so of course, don't forget to join us on the 25th for the interschools.
Yes, absolutely. Guys, and if you are watching the stream with us, please remember to hit that like button if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, the, support button?
On Twitch,
yes,
would be a follow button.
On Twitch, it's a follow button, and on Facebook, it's a like button.
Yes.
So we are all over the place this morning on stream.
And don't forget to subscribe on on YouTube. Yes.
Yes, please subscribe as well. But we are on all channels, so give us a like, give us a comment if you are watching as well. Again, the first 2 teams are Livingston Lifers and Armstrong Avengers, and we are just waiting for them to ready up. We will go to a little bit of a waiting screen, so if you are watching the stream with us, don't go away. The teams are readying up and they will start in a few minutes.
And of course, wherever you're watching, don't forget to let us know if you're supporting a team in particular, if you've got somebody playing on the team that you know of, or if you just really like the houses.
Yes, I see we've got some people on the Twitch stream in the chat as well that are joining us already. So if you are joining us, let us know, give us a comment, tell us what you think. Of course, as I always ask on all the streams, also let us know if everything is okay from an audio and a visual perspective, everything coming out nicely on your side, and you are going to enjoy the day with us.
Hi, Viv. Viv is watching on the Twitch stream.
Perfect. So guys, like I said, we are waiting for those 2 teams to ready up, so we will switch over to them as soon as they are ready. We've just been told that they will be ready in the next 30 seconds, so we are going to switch over then to the game screen, and like I said, you are going to enjoy the day with us. We will also periodically bring up the brackets for you, so that you can see how these teams are progressing and who's playing next. Again, the first game now, Livingston Lifers and Armstrong Avengers, and we will be switching over to them shortly. If you have a look at your screen now, you will see that the bracket is up there already, and those are the teams that are going to be facing off in sort of the first round. Now, of course, in the first round, today is based on a double elimination. So for those of you who don't know how that works and what that means, basically it means a team seeker has to lose twice, right, before they can actually be knocked out of the tournament.
Yes, it's a very aptly named double elimination. So you have to be eliminated twice, which means you have to lose twice. What that essentially means is that the team who wins the winning bracket has an opportunity to replay that final match, because they would have only lost once if they do actually get or they get beaten by the sort of second brackets at the end.
Correct. So as Sika pointed out, every team has the opportunity to basically lose once, I guess, but you have to be eliminated twice in the entire bracket for you to actually fall out of the competition. So as we go along, I think that's going to make a little bit more sense for you. If you don't know how it works already, you will see the brackets changing and the teams sort of being brought up in terms of who's playing next. But for now, it's important to understand that it is a double elimination, which means that a team has to be knocked out twice before they are actually knocked out of the entire tournament. So we're going to swap over to the game screen right now, and on the top left you can see the Livingston Lifers, Armstrong Avengers. They are about to kick off. When that drops, and the gates are open. Now, of course, they are here on the first map. These are the blue and the red teams playing against each other.
Armstrong Avengers, they're not quite finding the starting gate.
There we go, but they are out of it now. They're running up to that first point where, of course, they have to answer a particular question. If they get the question right, the gate will open. If they get the question wrong, they will be struck by Zeus's lightning.
Like that.
Like that. So, of course, the answer there was wrong. We have another wrong answer. They are trying again. They got the answer right. The gates are open. So, Armstrong can now go through. Livingston also goes through. So, head to head at the moment. And they are going on to this very first parkour section. Now, we've seen in the past that this is a very tricky parkour section. And it's because of these little... What did you call them the last time, Seeker? Those ugly blocks. The little ones on the side.
Ew. I'm going to have to think about that. I know I had a specific word for it.
I know, I remember you gave it a quite a catchy word. So there's those little standout blocks which they have to get onto, and then of course there's that small button against the wall, that they can only press once they are on that little block, and the button will then allow for the rest of the parkour section to actually open up. So let's see who's going to get onto that first. At the moment, again, it's still very much head to head, with Armstrong as, let's call them the Avengers for now, with the Avengers and the Lifers both pretty much at the same spot at the moment. This is a little bit tricky, but I see, there we go. That's, of course, the time-based block that is now opened. So, guys, if you're watching the stream with us, what has just happened is each section in this map has a time limit, and if a team, for example, if they are not able to complete the challenge within the time limit, they will receive some help from the map. So in this case, the map opened up a few additional parkour blocks for them, which they can now use to try and get across that parkour section. I see that there's some quite a bit of thinking going on here in terms of how we are going to achieve getting over, and there's quite a few tries going on as well. But both these teams, both the Lifers as well as the Avengers, head to head here still in the first part of the parkour section. So we're going to see if they can get over here. And
Livingston Lifers, they're looking like they're taking their time to figure out exactly how to do it correctly. This is again, I don't do.
Oh, there we go. There we go. The Avengers are up. And again, it's going to be head to head now as the Lifers also cross the first part of the parkour section. It is Avengers with a slight lead going up. If they can throw that switch, it will allow them to open the bridge for the rest of the team. So the bridge is now open. Oh, but the team members are missing that the bridge is open. It's open. So they can now cross in a very easy way with that bridge being there. They don't have to now go through the parkour section at all. So let's see if the rest of the team realizes that they can get across now. We also have the lifers now going up on the vines.
On the veins.
And the Avengers are now trying to figure out the puzzle section. So there we go. So the Avengers has managed to figure out the puzzle door. So that's open. So they can actually go through now. And Life is now at the puzzle section. And they are going to now try and figure out the puzzle door. And the Avengers are going down the
fishbowl.
The fishbowl.
The fishbowl.
And back up into the fishbowl. There we go. And now they are at the door section. Now, of course, the door section has a specific sequence or a specific code that they have to be able to arrange these swords in. And if they arrange it in the correct way, the door will... it was open. The Avengers had the door open and then they swung the code past. There we go.
There we go. That was quick.
That was
That's, I
very
think, one of the
quick.
quickest ways I've seen that door open.
Still head on head, yeah. The Life is now in the same section trying to open that door with the switch. The Avengers, I don't know what happened, but they changed the combination and the door closed again. So now they have to try and refine that combination, the one they had. The Life is also at the combination section, wanting to open this door. And let's see.
Of course, the best strategy we've seen so far in this is to keep the one sword in a position and sort of move the other one. And if it doesn't open, you switch that first position again, just once, and then you swing the other sword.
Yes, there we go. And I saw the door open there for a second, and then it closed again because they were a bit fast. So there has to be, there we go, and Avengers have the door open and they are through to the next section. Now this is quite a tough section actually, because this section requires a lot of teamwork, right? It requires that 2 switches be hit, one at the top, one at the bottom, at the same time. And the one switch will basically extend the, let's call it the bouncy gel or the bouncy jelly. And the other switch will close the golden... the 2 golden blocks that is required to make the jump possible from the green blobby stuff.
The green blobby stuff.
The green blobby stuff. The green.
I wouldn't mind getting an actual technical word for that, whatever that is.
So the key here is timing, guys, and the team has to work together. Where as soon as the green block goes up, the gold blocks should close, and if that timing is perfect, they will be able to make the jump.
Yeah.
So
and of course, even the jump has to be timed correctly because you've got to hit that blob at its apex.
Correct. That's a very nice word, apex. They've got to hit the block. There we go. And I think they're starting to figure out what's happening. And I see there's a spamming strategy going on here, which is okay. It can work. It can work. As long as they now time the jump with the spamming. So guys, what you will see is that there will be, again, all these challenges are time-based. So if a particular team does not meet a challenge within a particular period of time, they will receive some help from the map that will allow them through the next section. At this stage, the Avengers do have a slight lead, being on that team section already, with the Lifers still stuck in that... I want to call it the code room.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. And Avengers have made it. They've clicked the button, so the rest of the team can now come along. The Avengers will now run up this ladder section. It is now literally the last part. They've got to swim up the swim lane. They will get into the swim lane and go all the way up.
So the water elevator.
The water elevator. That's
the aqua elevator.
You have the best words. Right. So they are up, and now as soon as they jump on that block, the arrows will start firing. So the Avengers will now have to duck and dive these arrows across the very last part of the parkour section, not being knocked off by the arrows. But that was so quick and almost done very, very well there by the Avengers. They are up. Very last little parkour block here. Very good jump. Now this is a bit of a tricky one because that's it. We've seen that a few times, because that very last part of the parkour section, the way the blocks are arranged, it makes it quite difficult for a player to jump and get onto the ladder.
You know what's so deceiving about that last block is that you think you're supposed to jump up onto it, but it's actually not. You're supposed to hit that ladder that's just hidden a little bit to the side.
Correct. So the ladder is just to the right of that block, and I think from a player's perspective, I think players think they can make the jump to the next block without using the ladder, but that's actually not possible. So if they have to literally jump up onto the ladder and then sort of be almost propel themselves onto that next block.
I see we were informed in the chat that that block of goo is actually slime.
It's called a slime block. There we go. That is incredible. You see, I told you to come up with the best words.
Thank you, RGB Mod 2.
There we go. Version 2. So we have Avengers, and Avengers they are literally right at the end here. They have to manage to be able to get onto that ladder and onto the block.
That's got to be frustrating.
I think the team is now starting to communicate well there, because I see they're taking turns at trying this. But you see, there are also some of them that get knocked off by those arrows. It's quite a difficult process trying to get through the parkour arrows. And then I think they get so excited that they run off the end.
If we switch over to the Livingston Lifers, we can actually see they have sort of got the idea of jumping from the slime, but they're missing the top button. They're missing those gold blocks.
Oh, but look at that. The Avengers have made it. The Avengers have made it. The Avengers hit the button, and now what will happen is, as soon as the button gets hit, then of course the weather will change to a nice and sunny day. So Armstrong Avengers do take the first map. Now, of course, guys, because this is part of a series, tournament. Of course, the other team, the Lifers, will be allowed to finish so that we have their times recorded as a team event as well. But congratulations to the Avengers, who effectively took the first round. Now, of course, this still means the Lifers have to figure out how to do this last team section so they can get through and log their time.
I think they're almost at the point where the time runs out.
Yes.
The challenge.
Yes. So, of course, guys, there is a situation as well that if a team, and I think it's 2 minutes that is remaining. So if the team doesn't finish this map or their challenge in the next 2 minutes, then they will get the maximum allotted time for the map as a team. Again, the Avengers did take this round, so we will give this team another 2 minutes to complete the challenge, and then the map will automatically end. This is a very, very difficult part of the map. And unfortunately, in this part of the map, if the team has to be able to communicate with each other in terms of how this challenge actually works. So again, just for the explanation for those of you who are watching on the stream, there are 2 buttons that have to be used. The one button will have what was the word for the green jelly?
Slime.
The slime bouncy. The slime propeller. I want to call it something cool.
Okay, so you can liken it to...
like a trampoline, right? The slime trampoline.
No, I was thinking more of Slimer from Ghostbusters.
Oh, yes. Slimer from Ghostbusters. So they've got to actually jump onto the slime, be propelled by the slime a little bit higher than they can normally jump, close the gold blocks at the same time, and that is the way that they are then able to get across. I do, however, think that the team will not be able to finish this challenge. I think we have about 30 seconds before we go into a DNF. For those of you on the stream that are watching with us, DNF is basically just an acronym for did not finish, which means the team will get the maximum allotted time for this particular map.
Oh, that's so close.
So close. They almost made it. Didn't quite get it, and I think we are about to get a DNF on this map for Lifers. And unfortunately, there we go. So the DNF has been activated, and the Livingston Lifers will get the DNF, or the maximum allotted time for this map. So there we go, guys. That is our first map for the morning, and that was between the Livingston Lifers and the Armstrong Avengers. And of course, Avengers taking it. And Suke, in a few seconds, we will have some updated times, and you will give us those in terms of how the teams did on the actual map. Guys, again, if you are joining us this morning, you are joining us for the Montrose Lenovo Arena competition. It is a series tournament, and the top 8 players today will be selected to form 2 new teams to go through to a tournament on the 25th. That is, of course, a inter-schools tournament. So very exciting for the Montrose players today. They are literally playing to qualify for that event. And of course, they're playing for some very cool prizes, Seeker, as well, right? What are the prizes that they can win today?
So, of course, a Cricket Joy for the first team, and a really cool RGB and Lenovo hoodie. Which I was like, do we have extra?
Yeah.
These are really cool.
Our winning hoodies, are those the ones that are in my car?
Not anymore.
Well,
Yeah, can someone from production go fetch those? Because that doesn't sound good. And then of course the top 3 teams will at least be winning something. They'll be taking home some t-shirts and little prizes, little happiness.
and then we have some amazing trophies, which I'm hoping that our production team with the roaming camera will get some shots of today as well, because we would like to see that. Sorry guys, just repeat for me. All right, perfect. So the production team has confirmed that they have heard our request, and they will be showing us the trophies somewhere before the next match starts. So guys, if for those of you who are not in the arena at the school, or if you would like to come through to the school and actually see what we are doing live, you can actually come through to Montrose, and they are playing live in the arena that we've set up for them for today. But we will obviously have some shots of that somewhere during the day for you as well. And what's happening there in the arena at the moment is the teams that have just played, which was the teams of the Lifers and the Avengers. They are of course going off stage at the moment, and they are being replaced by the next 2 teams that will be playing. So we
Still
will.
waiting on the time, so to be able to give you guys at least the time of the Armstrong Avengers got through there, just so we've got a bit of a benchmark for today, and we can keep track of which teams are doing the best.
Right. So we are going to just give the next 2 teams a bit of a time to ready up. So we're going to go to a very quick intermission or an ad break, and then we will be back with those with the 2 new teams that will be playing.
To be the best.
To beat.
The best.
It's how my friends and I stay connected.
All over the world.
A place to really belong.
Unbelievable love day in and day out.
Because I love it.
It's an escape.
There's nothing else like it.
For that feeling of adrenaline.
However, look at this. Synonymous with.
To win.
How could you not like that?
Taking off, flying high like a spaceship. Take control, take a shot, what you're waiting for. Keep it real, never go fake this. So we make it.
And that's why
I game.
Second version telling you I'm ready to go, letting you know, cause I'm never alone. The ones that I roll with are incredibly known for getting down to the nitty gritty. If you're really with me, let's go. Moves made.
Upholding high education standards is more challenging than ever, especially when teachers have to find new ways of engaging students amid today's digital distractions. And in uncertain times, it's hard to even keep students in school. What you need are smarter, innovative solutions. Meet the next generation classroom, where students and teachers can rediscover the joy of learning even beyond classroom walls. It opens a window into another world and lets us change countless lives with a touch. It makes every lesson a rewarding exchange as teachers track and motivate their students' progress. When educators can transform the way they teach, they can transform the future and move imaginations beyond space and time. It's time to equip your institute with powerful, future-driven learning solutions that empower educators to defy the limits of the conventional syllabus. Already, we find that distance can bring us closer and break down the barriers that held us back from sharing great ideas with the world. Now, we can build new information networks that keep us connected even as we stay apart. Together, we can build a school without walls, where learning without limits can inspire and empower the future of learning.
go, guys, and we are back.
Hi.
And we are almost ready with the two next teams, who is the Scott Surfers and the Hillary Heroes. But Sika, first you have some times for us, right, and some information on the previous game.
Yeah, so of course, unfortunately, Livingston Lifers have a DNF. They didn't manage to finish that map. But we have a time from the Armstrong Avengers of 10 minutes and 4 seconds. So that's our benchmark for today, 10 minutes, 4 seconds.
Well, so far, right? But
so
of course, what you will see that as we progress through the day, these times are going to get considerably, or continuously, let's roll with that rate, it's going to get continuously better. Of course, the first map that these two teams that the teams are playing now in round one is called the Trials of Olympus. And that is the Greek mythology map, yes, if you like, right? So it's quite interesting map. I believe we're going to have some cutscenes over to what's happening in the arena itself. Of course, there we go, and look at that. So that is the prize giving table for today. So you can see some very nice cricket joys there. You can see the Lenovo Arena trophies. There's some keyboards, some mouses. Those are some spot prizes that will be given out. You can see the nice shirts and the hoodies that the teams will win. So that is the prize giving table. So it looks very, very nice. Those trophies are brilliant, right? Don't you think?
Yes, I think they look really, really good.
Yeah, they look super amazing, right? Very nice. Very
and of
nice.
course, those trophies were created with a cricket device. So I mean, those cricket joys that are being given away there as well.
Absolutely, and I think we've got some shots of the players as well. So we're going to switch over and just see the players. Of course, the two teams reading up next is the Scott Surfers as well as the Hillary Heroes. So there we are at the back as well. I can see us proudly on the screen there. And there we go. So let's see if the kids can give. There we go.
Hi.
The kids can give us a wave. Wave to the camera. Hi, kids. So it's nice to see the kids enjoying the day, and those are the two teams that are now readying up. The the Scott Surfers and the Hillary Heroes are the two teams that will be playing.
And of course, you want to give some idea on the names. I mean, Scott Surfers, Hillary Heroes sounds a little bit odd, but it is their house names.
That's correct. So
yeah, it was Livingston, Armstrong, Scott, and Hillary.
Correct. So those are the four houses. We are now. I'm being told by our production team that the teams are almost ready to go. So it's going to be about 30 seconds or so, and there we go. We're on the game screens. You can see Scott Surfers there on the top left, and the Hillary Heroes on the bottom right. And let's see who is going to run. Now, of course, guys, today is a sponsored event by Lenovo. Of course, in conjunction with the new Windows 11. So if you haven't done your update, or if you haven't checked whether you can be updated, go and do that as well.
Yeah,
Windows
I really
11.
like the Windows 11
It's
updates.
amazing.
I must be honest, I like the lines of it and sort of the functionality behind it as well. So.
Oh, and look at this. The
quick.
Heroes have answered that question very quickly.
Oh, and actually so did the Surfers.
Okay, so both the Heroes and the Surfers now again head-to-head in this very first parkour section. Let's see. Now, of course, these two teams maybe have had the opportunity to also view the stream during the last game, so they have an idea of what needs to happen here now. So,
just because you know what you need to do doesn't necessarily mean it's that easy.
No, I mean, I know what to do exactly, but I struggle with this. Even me, I can't do this parkour section very easily. So let's see if these two teams can get through the parkour section in let's call it a speedy way. Oh, and that was almost well done there by one of the Hillary this is a tongue twister.
Hillary
one
Heroes.
Of the Hillary Heroes. And they are up there again on this first part of the parkour section. They need to get onto these. We still haven't given these blocks. Oh, there we go. The button's been pressed, so a little bit more of the parkour section open. It should be a little bit easier now for the Hillary Heroes to cross. They now have those bigger blocks. Of course, if they manage to get to the other side of the parkour section, they can flip the button, which will open the bridge for the rest of the team and make it very, very easy then to cross. There we go. You can make the jump, Hilary Hero. Go
You
across.
already hit the button.
You already
Keep
hit the
going.
button. Keep going. There we go. There we go. Go across. They then, of course, need to go up these vines. And now the surfers have also managed to open the wall section of the parkour. And they are figuring out, how am I going to now jump? There we go. There we go. We've got a Hilary Hero who's opened the bridge for the rest of the team, so they can now cross and they will move on to the switch puzzle section. Now, how this section works is they've, of course, got to flip the switches in a particular order that will open the door for them. And if they get basically the code wrong, they, of course, do get struck by lightning. Which is something cute that our developers have built in. Speaking about development, the Trials of Olympus map consists of 4.1 or just over 4.1 million blocks, which is absolutely amazing. And I mean, there's 6 challenges built into this map, and it took about 105 hours to build. So absolutely amazing, absolutely amazing. But the heroes have managed to, oh no, remove the sword from the wall, put the sword back. You're going to need to... You need to, otherwise the door can't open.
Okay, so this would be me. I would take the sword and try and bash through the gates.
Oh, they got it, and then they moved past it. So of course, this part of the map, guys, they've got to figure out what the sequencing is. So the door has a particular sequence. The swords has to face in a particular direction for the doors to open. Now, of course, even if the other team is watching this map, it doesn't really make a difference, because this is randomized every time the players start up the new map, and in terms of the sequencing of the swords. And they will now have to figure out this combination. Only the correct combination, so the 2 swords facing in the correct direction, will open the door. So they have to work as a team and decide what is their strategy here. There we go. And the heroes have figured it out, and so have the surfers. Oh. So now they
heroes
are both...
had it figured out.
Oh no! And then somebody touched the sword. Oh no! Okay, so now the heroes are now still stuck in the combination room. The surfers have managed to move on, so they are in front at the moment. And now this is where the team challenge really comes in. So basically the way that this challenge works is there's 2 buttons. One button controls the slime jump. The other button controls the 2 gold blocks that close up that is required for the jump to be made. And they have to work as a team together to time the jump.
I see you remembered the word slime now.
Yes,
since
I
brought
did.
up Ghostbusters.
I did.
Yes.
There we go. And heroes have managed to get that door open now as well. And now they've got to figure out how the slime jump works. Now they have to work together as a team. The slime jump has to bounce a player up while the other player closes the 2 gold blocks to basically enable the jump distance. And that is the only way that the team can get to the other side. Now, something that I am noticing here with the surfers is I notice that they are only 3 players on this section, and I'm wondering where the other player has gone. Whether it was a situation where the player maybe dropped off, because they will definitely need another player to man that button at the top. There can't be 2 players that try and make the jump. They will not be able to make it. So in their case, they need a player on each button, and then they will have to have 1 jumper. I don't know if they've managed to figure that out, because they will not be able to do it. There we go, and we've got the 4th player from the surfers back. So now hopefully somebody else will man the gold button, and they have to pick a jumper, right? Somebody who will be able to make that jump. Oh, and there we go. I think they figured it out. They have somebody manning the buttons. Let's check if the Hilary heroes. I think the heroes probably at the moment understand what needs to be done, but they do need to understand also that the gold blocks do need to be manned. If they have nobody manning the gold block, they will not make this challenge as a team. So they have to work together here. Not everybody can make the jump. So both these teams have 6 minutes left to be able to complete this challenge. So let's see. The teams, of course, also have to communicate and tell each other what's going on. I don't know if they are noticing that there's another button that closes the gold block. Again, they have to work together here, and they have to figure out as a team how they actually get through this challenge. So again, one of the buttons will use the slime to bounce them up, and the other button will close the gold blocks, which will enable their jump. But I think they're all trying to jump across, right?
Yes.
Instead of helping each other as a team to get someone across that can open the breach for them.
Yeah, so it looks like the Scots surfers have kind of gotten the idea that there's two buttons, two functions that need to happen, but I think the sequencing needs to happen at the right time.
There we go. And I think now the team is starting to communicate. Like there we go. So we can see that there's, oh no, you have to have a job. Your job is the button. Right? So we have a player at the bottom who's waiting for that for the jumper on the surface side.
Oh, there we go. Hillary Heroes is through.
Okay, and Heroes has managed to figure it out. They've pressed the button, so now the entire team can come across.
And so is Scott Surfers. So both teams here are neck and neck as they head into I think it's the last section.
Correct. So up this water elevator, and then into the last parkour section.
Remembered.
I know, right? That's you you wrote it down for me. Right. So they are both now heading over into this last parkour section. This is, of course, the section with the arrows, which makes it very, very difficult to cross this parkour section because the players do get knocked down as they run across this parkour section. So let's see. They are up on this last parkour. Can they make the jump over onto that crossing with that last, what do you call, I want to call it the tricky ladder. The tricky ladder. Let's call it that.
The Decepticon ladder.
The Decepticon. You see, I'll just use your names. Right, so Hillary Heroes and the Surfers are both on this last parkour section and getting to the Decepticon ladder. But that is a very deceptive little ladder, right? Because again, guys, from the player's perspective, I think it does look like you can make the jump, but you can actually not make the jump without, if you don't actually grab onto the ladder on the side. So you will see once they are on that little plus sign within the last part of the parkour section, there's a small little ladder that they have to jump onto. And the Hillary Heroes have managed to do it. They are going to head in here into the last part. They only need to hit that button. And they do it. So the Heroes take the map and actually very, very close. The Surfers right behind them on that last parkour section. They will be allowed to finish, of course, to make their time. But very, very well done here to the Hillary Heroes.
Alright, so Scott Surfers have 3 more minutes left to complete this map so they can actually log in a time.
Oh, and
it's
so close. So close by the Surfers there. They're going to try and push through again. I see that there's an arrow there, a few arrows lying on the ground. Few of the players have been hit. They have to log their times here.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
We found the ladder.
And the Surfers are up. They will go through and they will also log their times. Well done there to the Surfers.
Nice. Well done.
There we go. So both teams have finished. Well done then to the Scott Surfers and the Hillary Heroes. We will get you some updated times on what the times of those two teams were in a minute. If you are watching the stream with us, thank you very much for joining us this morning for a fun esports day here at the Montrose Lenovo Arena Interhouse. And of course, it is a series cup, right? Or a series tournament, because the top 8 players will, of course, qualify to be part of the team that competes in the inter-school on the 25th. So remember, join us on the 25th again when you will see the inter-schools tournament. So we're going to see if we have some updated times that we can share with the stream in terms of how those two teams were doing. Not updated as yet, but we'll bring that to you now. In case you were watching with us, guys, you were, of course, watching the map called the Trials of Olympus. So that map, just over 4.1 million blocks, 6 challenges and it took over 105 hours to build.
It's a lot of time.
That is a lot
That's
of
dedication.
Time, dedication. But I mean, these kids are playing for some great prizes. Sika, maybe you want to rehash again what the guys are playing for today.
Right, so first prize, they're walking away with these incredible little cricket joys, some hoodies, and of course those really awesome trophies.
Yes, the trophies. I must tell you that the trophies are different to what we've done at other events. A little bit more personalised this time around, I think, is my view.
Well, I mean, this is the first time we're doing an inter-house before we do the inter-school. So this is...
That's actually a good point. This is the first time that we are doing an inter-house for a particular school. So Montrose doing their inter-house, of course, today to qualify for the series. And of course, this has all been brought to you by the sponsorship of Lenovo and, of course, Windows 11 as well. So we're going to go to a quick ad break, guys, while we allow the next two teams to ready up, and we will be back with those two teams and also an update on the times for the previous game that you watched.
To be the best.
To beat.
The best.
It's how my friends and I stay connected.
All over the world.
A place to really belong.
Unbelievable love day in and day out.
Because I love it.
It's an escape.
There's nothing else like it.
For that feeling of adrenaline. However, look at this. Synonymous with...
To win.
How could you not like that?
Taking off, flying high like a spaceship. Take control, take a shot, what you're waiting for. Keep it real, never go fake this. So we make it.
And that's why
I game.
Second version telling you I'm ready to go, letting you know, cause I'm never alone. The ones that I roll with are incredibly known for getting down to the nitty gritty. If you're really with me, let's go. Moves made.
guys, and welcome back. And we are ready to go with our next game. And this is, of course, between the Livingston Lightning. Is it Livingston Lightning? There we go. Livingston Lightning and Armstrong Archers. But Sika, before we go to that game, you have some times for us on the previous game.
Yes, so Scott Surfers managed to finish the round in 10 minutes and 30 seconds, and Hillary Heroes has given us our new benchmark for the day at 9 minutes and 15 seconds.
Very, very well done. So those two teams are ready, Livingston Lightning and Armstrong Archers, and we will be crossing over to the game camera in a few seconds. There we go. So the countdown has begun. It's 10 seconds now. And once those barriers drop, the two teams will run at it.
And there we go. And we're off.
And we're off. It's like a racehorse, right? Or
yeah, I can't. Well, it's like horse race.
It's like horse racing. There we go. That's what I wanted to say. So both these teams now coming up to the question section. Again, if they answer the question correctly, the door will open. If they answer it incorrectly, they will get the lightning strike. And there we go, Livingston Lightning getting the lightning, but they do get the question right as well, and the door is open, so they are going through to the very first section, and that is, of course, the first parkour section.
I really thought you were going to make a joke about them getting struck by lightning.
I wanted to, but they were so quick going to the parkour section that I thought that's more important.
I get it, they were so quick like lightning.
Right, so we have Livingston Lightning now in the parkour section. The door is open for Archers. I don't know if they know the door is open. There we go. They see the door is open. They can now come through. They, of course, have to communicate as a team, telling each other what's going on. They've got to cross over now to this parkour section. First player gives it a try. Second player sees, there we go. There's a bit of a smaller gap there. And the Livingston Lightning team is still at this first parkour section. Of course, they've got to jump on those little wooden blocks.
Deceptive blocks.
The deceptive... Oh, there we go. Are we going to call it the deceptive blocks and the deceptive ladder?
The Decepticons.
Oh, it's the Decepticon ladder. Let's go with that then. Right. So they, of course, have to get up against that wall to be able to hit the little button to open the rest of the parkour section. And both these teams are right here in the beginning. They are still head to head. This first part of the parkour section is a little bit difficult because they have to hit that button to be able to extend the blocks on that wall. There we go. And Livingston Lightning has managed to hit the button, and they have some additional blocks now in that parkour section to get over. The Armstrong Archers, I think, still figuring out exactly how to do this part of the parkour. And let's see. The Lightning, there we go, and the Archers have managed to get their little blocks on the wall as well. Now they have to figure out how to get over that part.
Not like that.
Not like that. That's falling down. There we go.
Gotta have to get on the little wooden steppy to get through to the next part.
The wooden steppy.
The wooden steppy.
Let's call it the wooden.
The trappy.
The wooden trappy, yes. The little wooden steppy there. So let's see if they can jump through. Oh, and look at this. Livingston Lightning has managed to cross over and solve the puzzle or solve the sequence.
Yes.
So the door is open, so they now go down the fishbowl. So down the fishbowl and out on the other side. No. Into the fishbowl.
Jump,
Swim.
Swim, fissy. Swim, fissy.
I think maybe they're waiting for their teammates.
Maybe.
Let's see. There we go. Come on. They are checking out first what needs to be done.
I don't think they trust the world builders.
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. If I just got struck by lightning, I'd also be a little bit concerned about what comes next.
So the Livingston Lightning guys are here at there we go, and they figured it out. Swim all the way down into the water, down the fishbowl, up on the other side, and they have now entered the I want to give this a specific name. The vault room.
Well, technically, it's basically the arena gate.
Yes, or the armor room, right?
The
That's also a nice name for it. And they've got to figure out what the sequences of these swords are. And of course, that has this very specific combination. So they, as a team, have to figure out how to well, basically how to figure out the combination. So a lot of spamming sometimes going on here, because if the swords are not facing in the correct direction, the doors will not open. Now, of course, after every map, the sequencing is reset. So even if a team is watching the stream, their combination will be different, so they have to figure it out together. The Armstrong Archers, they are still at that parkour section. They've not managed to cross that over, so at the moment the Livingston Lightnings have a advantage here. If they can get this armor room open very quickly, then they will be able to move on to the next section. But this is tricky because, again, you have to have some sort of strategy on how you get this door open.
Yeah, spamming doesn't work.
No.
Unless you're really lucky.
Yes, unless you really like. No, and I saw the
and
door.
then that's what happens when you spam. Sometimes you spam too fast, and then it opens, but then it closes.
Yes.
All right, so Armstrong Archers have got the bridge that has been activated by the time lapse. But they have to figure out that they can cross over that bridge now to get to the next section. You don't need to go through the parkour section.
Yes, they could actually. They are still trying to do the parkour, but they don't need to. They can actually now just use the bridge. And look at that, Livingston Lightning has managed to figure out the correct sequence of the swords. Now let's see if they can work together as a team here. Of course, both buttons need to be manned. The one button will allow the... I keep wanting to say goo instead of...
Slime.
Slime.
Slime, yes.
There we go. The Armstrong Archers now over the bridge, and they have to move on to the sequencing section now. So let's see how quickly they can figure out the sequence. Of course, they will get a tip on how to do that from their NPC, the little person standing over there. And they need to figure out what the sequence is to be able to open this gate.
That's Hermes standing there.
It's Hermes? I don't know. We can call him Hermes if you like.
The messenger of the gods.
He is the messenger of the gods. You are right. Hermes, we were just told by our production team that Sika is smart.
Sika spent way too much time in the library as a kid.
Right, and the sequence is figured out, and now, but the archers have figured out very quickly that they have to go down this fishbowl.
Here we go.
So they will now come out on the other side, and they will be in the armory section, having to figure out this the sequence of the swords. And I think one of the archers there we go. The archers players were communicating, come down, I need somebody else to help me with these swords. And now they are going to try and figure out the sequence on how to get this door open. There's a little bit more strategy here by the archer players though.
There we go. That's the strategy we like to see.
That's a good strategy. Have it in one sort of direction, and then try and flip the one sword and see whether that'll open the door for you.
And at a slightly slower pace, so you don't accidentally miss it.
Yes, somebody has to keep looking at the door.
Yes,
right?
yes.
It's open, it's closed, it's open. So we are switching over to the Livingston Lightning team quickly. They are still stuck on this... you see, again, I want to go with the goo. The slime block.
The slimy goo.
The slimy goo, the slimy jump. And of course, there's two buttons in this challenge, guys. There's a button at the bottom and there's a button at the top. Each button independently controls a part of the puzzle. The one button creates that... Oh! And the Livingston Lightning player was actually on top of the gold blocks. And then there we go. Livingston Lightning across, and they now need to press that button. That will make it easy for the rest of the team. There we go. Button gets pressed. The rest of the team can now cross over the bridge and heading up into this water elevator now. Swimming all the way up. Livingston Lightning now coming up to that last parkour section with the arrows, or the arrow parkour section. As soon as they touch that first block, the arrows will start firing. And of course they have to watch out when running across not to be knocked off by the arrows, which they did very, very well there, Livingston Lightning. And now it's just this last few jumps that they... Oh, and almost made it.
And take it out by an arrow.
So Archer Arrows still here in the armory section, trying to figure out that door sequence.
I have this this innate feeling that I have to say you have failed your city with the arrows.
Oh, yes, yes. There we go. And Livingston Lightning now on the last section. They are now coming up to the end of the map. They have to hit the button, clear the weather. There we go. And Livingston Lightning, you just saw them there for a second. That was the winning team on screen there. And they have taken this particular map. So Armstrong Archers still here in the armory section trying to figure out the sequencing. Of course, they will be allowed to finish because we will log their times. Today is a time-based game, and the best time that a team has run so far, Sika, what was that?
Was the Hillary Heroes with 9 minutes and 15 seconds.
So 9 minutes and 15 seconds was the best time.
I've got a feeling that Livingston Lightning might have actually done a better time on this one.
I actually think you're right. I think that, we'll get the official times for you guys, but I think Livingston Lightning might have beaten that 9 minutes and 15 seconds set earlier by the Hillary Heroes. So Armstrong still here in the armory room. They are trying to figure out the sequence. I'm just trying to find out from our production team how much time before a DNF. So we have 1 minute and 20 seconds left for the Armstrong Archers to be able to get through this map, or they will receive a DNF. So let's see if they can manage to do that. And once this map is complete, we will confirm the times for you guys again on what these teams run. Again, the fastest time set so far today, 9 minutes and 15 seconds. And that was done by the Hillary Heroes. So effectively, they are our leaders from a time perspective this morning.
Right, so of course, just to reiterate how amazing this map is, just over 4.1 million blocks. I mean, it seems a little bit deceptive when you look at it. It doesn't seem like it could be that much, but it is a lot of work. Of course, there's 6 challenges in here, 105 hours going into building this map of Trials of Olympus. So. Right, we're 15 seconds out from just before DNF. So we'll see if Armstrong Archers can actually get through this armory room.
I don't think they will be able to complete this sequence. And that's a DNF. Right, so unfortunately in that round, Armstrong Archers not managing to complete all the challenges, so they will also receive a DNF. On that particular map, as Sika was explaining, the Trials of Olympus, an absolutely amazing map, just over 4.1 million blocks, 6 challenges, and just took over just 105 hours to build. So very, very well done there then to the Livingston Lightning team. And once we have some confirmed times, we will give that through to you as well. Of course, the best time set up so far today was 9 minutes and 15 seconds by the Hillary Heroes. Sika, do you have an update on the times?
All right. So as we did say, Armstrong Archers unfortunately did not finish that map, but we have a time from Livingston Lightning of 9 minutes and 24 seconds, which means that Hillary Heroes is still our benchmark of the day at 9 minutes and 15 seconds.
Only 10 seconds difference though between the two. So
10 seconds. I
mean, very, very close times between those two teams, the Hillary Heroes and the Livingston Lightnings. Then of course, it's not Lightnings, it's Livingston Lightning. So 10 seconds difference between those two teams, but the benchmark being set by Hillary Heroes on 9 minutes and 15 seconds. So guys, as per every game, we are going to allow the next team to ready up while the previous team comes off. We are going to do a bit of a fly through on the map, so enjoy some of the scenery. It will take about 5 minutes before, well, not even 5 minutes, maybe 3 to 4 minutes before the next game starts, and we will be back with you shortly. we are ready to go with our next two teams. Now, the next two teams that we'll be playing will be the Scott Speeders
Yes.
and the
Hillary
Hillary Hunters. Now, of course, we have seen the Hillary Heroes today as before, not the Hillary Hunters yet. So we will see the Hillary Hunters now for the first time, as well as the Scott Speeders. Now they will be playing again on the
Trials of Olympus.
Trials of Olympus. There we go. Thank you for that. So 4.1 million blocks on that map, 6 challenges, just over 105 hours to build. And of course, we have 3 more matches left on this map before we will move on to the next map. And I'm speaking under correction, but I think the second map is going to be the Egyptian Dunes, which is also a very, very interesting map. So,
I'm quite a fan of the Egyptian Dunes. I mean, it's a very nice mythological map, and of course, I know you like Egyptian mythology
love
quite
it,
a lot. So
love it. It's my thing.
yeah. And of course, my favorite is the last map, which is the Nordic.
Yes, absolutely. So we're ready. I'm told we're ready to swap over to the game. So we will go to game cameras, and those players are ready. And I think we're going to start this 10-second countdown and see how quickly they can go through the map. At the top right hand corner, we of course have the Hillary Hunters. Top left. Bottom right, we have Scott Speeders, and they are out of the gates. And let's see how fast they can go. Now, of course, this first part of the map, of course, everybody always runs as fast as they can. They get to the question section and they have to... Oh, look at that.
That was quick.
Hillary Hunters straight away answering the question and onto the parkour
Sure.
section. Scott Speeders getting that question wrong the first time, being hit by a little bit of lightning there. And look at this.
Oh,
the Hillary
almost.
Hunters are pushing hard. We almost had them... on that block already, but I see the Scott Speeders have managed to also pass through the question section. They are moving on to the first part of the parkour section. The important thing here is, of course, to hit that button on the wall to be able to extend the parkour blocks for you. Now, I see the Scott Speeders here only have the 2 players on. I'm wondering where the other 2 Scott Speeder players are.
Oh, don't forget to press the button.
There we go. They are being ported. I think they fell off somewhere on the map. So let's quickly see what the Hillary... So the Hillary Hunters have to figure out that there is that little button on the wall that they can press to extend the parkour section and make it a lot easier. There we go. Make it a lot easier for themselves. And now they can use that those blocks against the wall to try and get over this part of the parkour section a little bit quicker.
And there we go. The speedsters have also extended the rest of the parkour section and
Look
very
at this.
quickly moving across.
Very
to
quickly
extend
throwing the
the bridge.
button
There we
and
go.
extending the bridge. So now the rest of the Speeders team can, of course, get across very quickly. Oh, look at that. The Speeders
Sure.
team getting that sequence.
Definitely living up to their name, yeah.
Yes, definitely. Speeding Speeders.
Speedy speeders, yes.
But of course, this is now a section where you start needing your team, right? Well, I guess you don't really. I mean, you can try it as an individual and just try and spam that. Oh, I saw the door open. Let's see. Again.
Nope.
The sequence is almost. Oh, they went
It keeps
past. that.
going one past.
There we
Here
go.
we go.
And the doors open. The Scott Speeders through this armory section extremely quickly. And now let's see if their teamwork is as good as their armory section was. This is an incredibly fast run here by the Scott Speeders. Definitely living up to their name.
Oh, Hillary Hunt is also in the armory section now. Just trying to figure out that sequence very quickly.
So we've got one Hillary Hunter player who's going to try and figure out what the sequencing is of these swords.
While Scott Speeders work on their timing. And of course, you have to have somebody at the top to push the button.
And I think they're figuring it out
Yeah.
now. There we go. What's this button for?
Yeah. Ooh, what does this button
What
do?
does this button do? So of course the one button, guys, is the button that will allow that slime trampoline to jump up. But they do need to hit the second button almost at the same time, or at least time it in the sequence to close those Those two
Oh,
goal, then
there
they
we
do
go.
it, and the Scott Speeders have done it. They've managed to cross that section up into
Sure.
the water elevator. We have Hillary Hunters now furiously spamming to try and get this combination sorted out to get the door open. They are gonna go with a little bit of luck, maybe.
Sure, and speedsters are going really fast. Through
This is going to be an
section.
incredible time by speedsters if they manage to pull
Oh,
this off.
and
Almost.
that's
Almost.
ladder.
Scott Speeders doing very well here. I think they might get to that end section very quickly from here if they don't get knocked off by those arrows.
Oh, Hillary Hunters just missed that. There we go. They got it again. And they are now through to the slime block section.
So Hillary Hunters now at the team challenge. We literally have the Scott Speeders that have to get up this little ladder. So let's.
It's amazing how just that one little ladder is just, it's so
Oh,
frustrating.
Hillary Hunters managed to get
Oh.
get it down. They are now also coming up onto this water elevator. So they will both enter the last part of the parkour section. So this is still very head to head. If this
just missing that ladder again. Hillary Hunters going through there.
Oh, look at this! Look at this!
Could be quite the upset if they come from right at the back from the for the armory section
Oh, look at
and
this!
come through.
Look at this!
Oh, so close.
Hillary Hunters and Scott Speeders head to head. It's now about who can catch that ladder, and Speedsters.
Oh wow, they're both there.
They're both there. Who's
They're
going to press
so
the button? Hillary Hunters just taking the win, just in front of the
I
Scott
actually think
Speeders.
that was the. I stand under correction now as to who actually was there first. I think it was the Scott Speeders.
Was it the Scott Speeders?
Yeah, because we were watching the Hillary Hunter side, but we saw the little blue guy come up on the other side.
They were so close, guys. We are going to confirm for you exactly what the times were of the two teams. But what an incredible run by both of these teams. And this is really the first game that we've seen now where it was that head-to-head.
Yeah, that was a very close one.
That was an extremely... You see my eyes being
I
big
know.
when we crossed over to us. I was looking at, yes,
Which one was it?
what are those times going to be? So, guys, they are going to confirm the times for us now. But two exceptionally good runs here by both the Scott Speeders as well as the Hillary Hunters, right?
Yeah. So
So-
it was the blue team, the Scott Speeders, who actually got to that button first.
That's correct. So the Scott Speeders confirmed then as the winners for that round. They got to the button first, but I can tell you,
I'm
on
so
their
excited
heels,
to see what that time difference was, though. It must have been like, what, a
Absolutely right.
second, maybe two?
right on their heels.
3 seconds, apparently, we're getting told from production. That was the difference between the two teams there. And I think that is, out of all of the tournaments we've done, that is the closest round we've ever seen.
That was incredibly close. Both those teams did exceptionally well. The Speeders obviously had a bit of a run, a bit of a, let's call it a lead in the beginning of the run. Then the Hunters came from behind, but at the end, the Scott Speeders taking that round and a very good time.
To be honest, I think the Hunters got through that section. I mean, after the sort of armory section, you still have to do that slime block.
That
part.
team
And that
challenge
was
part is
really
very
quick.
hard, right?
It's
And
really hard.
It's not an easy task.
Yeah, and that's some of the best teamwork I've seen.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Guys, we're going to allow the next two teams to ready up, so we're going to go to a very quick break just to allow the next two teams to ready up, and we will be back with your next match. Livingston Lifers and the Scott Surfers. Now, Sika, this is of course the first knockout round, correct?
Yeah, of course, like we did explain, so it's a double elimination, so that means that each team gets an opportunity to be knocked out twice.
Correct.
Doubly eliminated. So basically, this is the second time for both of these teams, so whoever gets knocked out is out.
That's correct. So the Livingston Lifers and the Scott Surfers, I believe one of the teams are already ready, and we're just waiting for the second team to confirm if they are ready to go. Just in terms of the times, quickly, Sika, who has run the best time so far?
Okay, so I'm going to just go back to what our best time was for this morning, and that, of course, was the Hillary Heroes, which was at 9 minutes and 15 seconds. Our last match, though, blew
Very
that
close.
out of the water.
Very close.
So our winners were the Scott Speeders on a time of 5 minutes and 14 seconds, and the Hillary Hunters, of course, on 5 minutes and 17 seconds. So only 3 seconds between those two teams, and both incredible times. And of course, there we go. Our new best time for today, the Scott Speeders with 5 minutes and 14 seconds.
And it was a really, really good run.
It really was.
At the end there, the two teams were so close on each other's heels, both hitting that button very quickly, and 3 seconds difference between the two, right?
And look, I mean, the Scott Speeders were in the lead for most of the round. I mean, they got to that end section really, really quickly. I mean, Hillary Hunters did an incredible job of coming through from the armory section right on the heels of the Scott Speeders.
Perfect. So, guys, I think the teams are almost ready. So we're going to have a quick look at the bracket, and you can see the bracket there today.
Okay, so if you have a look there, you'll see the first teams there that are still. Yes, so we've got the teams that are still in the first bracket. They still have the opportunity to go into the lower bracket, but our game there, our match now, match 5, Livingston Lifers and Scott Surfers, they are in the lower brackets and they're basically both facing double elimination at this point. We'll have to see who does progress through. All right, so of course, Yaku, I mean, today is brought to us by our lovely partners over at Lenovo.
Correct, and of course we also have some great prize sponsorships, and those are brought to us by Cricket, and they are of course always, with our events and supporting and helping us grow the esports community in South Africa. Guys, if you are joining us for the first time ever, which I hope you are not, but if you are of course joining us from an RGB gaming perspective. Our vision is to bring esports to schools, and to bring it to schools in a structured and of course safe way. So if you're joining us today, thank you very much for that. If you are with us on the stream, whether you are on YouTube or Twitch or Facebook, remember to give us a like, give us a subscribe, or also follow us on Twitch. We're going to go over and have a look at the trophies, I think, is what the production team is telling me. So that is the trophy table. Oh, and I think we might have a bit of a issue there with our camera, but that's the trophy table. And you can see some of the prizes there and some of the nice trophies. And it's looking really, really good. And there's also some spot prizes and giveaways that we will be doing later today in the prize giving. Then the next match will be coming up will be the Livingston Lifers and Scott Surfers. I believe we have a technical issue with one of the players that is struggling to get into the game. So as soon as that player is ready, then we will start the game. So it seems that the players are ready, and we are going to switch over to that game, and the 10-second countdown has started.
And here we go. There we go. Right,
And it's opened.
Let's go.
Scott
Let's go.
Surfers. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, Scott Surfers also like really pushing through. Speedy. Look at that.
Very quick.
Seems as though the Scott house today is just really gearing up to go. Maybe they have some sort of internal challenge around there.
Possibly.
I'm thinking the houses are probably doing a lot, obviously pride in their house colours and their house names and all that kind of thing. And I think Scott is probably like rearing each other on. Let's go, let's be better.
So we've got both Scott Surfers and Livingston Lifers now at this parkour section. Once they hit, I see the Lifers have, and actually both the Lifers and Surfers have both gotten that little part open against the wall, and we've got the Surfers crossing, opening up that bridge. They are now heading towards the switch section, which they get very, very quickly. Scott Surfers now down. They're surfing down the water. And they have to swim all the way up and into the armory section. Now it's a question of how quickly they can get this armory puzzle sorted out. We have the Livingston Lifers now crossing the parkour section there, and they have to get up these. Oh, and the doors open for the surfers.
No, Livingston Lifers gets across those blocks, and unfortunately, just
oh no,
bumps
look at
off.
this. What happened with the Scott Surfers is they had a player that went through, and then the door was closed, and now they have one player stuck in the armory section.
It seems as though it's 2-2. I don't see the fourth player on the on this teamwork section. There we go. The door is open.
Oh, there we go. And all 4 players are in there. Now they have to figure out as a team, as the Scott Surfers, how to get across this team challenge. Of course, there's 2 buttons. The one button will control the I want to say jelly jump.
The jelly jump.
The jelly jump. That is a new name for it. The one button will control the jelly jump.
Yeah, I kind of want to call it the slime slide.
The slime slide. And the other button will control the 2 gold blocks that need to close to make the jump possible. And this has to be a team function. I see one of the surfer players have dropped off the map, so he will report it back in a second. There we go. The Scott Surfer player is back. And we've got the Livingston Lifers here at the parkour section. In the beginning, they are still trying to cross over there. There is a timer on this section as well, which means that if the team doesn't manage to cross there in time, the bridge will open, allowing the teams to go through. I think it's about 2.5, maybe 3 minutes before that bridge will open for them. In the meantime, Scott Surfers here on the team challenge. Now, of course, guys, you will continuously today see that we have the Windows 11 logo here in the bottom left-hand corner. We also have some sponsorship via Lenovo for Windows 11. So if you have not done your upgrade to Windows 11 yet, please go and check and see whether your PC wants to do that. It is absolutely great to use. Wonderful piece of software, as Windows is. I'm sure you all know it. And it is great, the new Windows 11 with all the additional features. It's also a very good looking Windows version, I must say.
It's very pretty.
It's very pretty.
I like it.
Yes, it's very pretty.
It's very pretty and it's very sleek.
So let's see if the Scott Surfers will pass this time around. I think they managed to figure out, maybe, there we go, they managed to figure out exactly how this works now. Now it's just about timing.
Of course, both these teams have done these challenges. Well, they've done the map already, which is why they're in the the second bracket. So they've both had a chance to actually see how these challenges work. Scott Surfers unfortunately didn't make the challenge, the slime challenge, in time the last time. So let's see if they can figure it out this time around, get that timing right. And
but look at this, the Livingston Lifers have come from the back, and they are now also at the team challenge. So now this is literally head to head against between these two teams, the Livingston Lifers and the Scott Surfers, who's going to get the team challenge done in time. So let's see.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, you actually have to do the jump onto the slime from the top, onto the slime, then onto the blocks as they close. Oh,
correct. So it's very much a timing issue. And again, best case scenario, you can have 2 jumpers, because 2 people need to be able to operate the buttons, right? Now, what works best for most teams, if they jump from the top onto the slime, and when the slime block goes up, that you then close the 2 gold blocks to make the jump. So both these teams have figured out that that is the thing that needs to happen. Now it's just about getting the timing right. And Scott Surfers and Livingston Life is both on this team challenge. And we're going to see who manages to figure out the exact jump sequence timing.
I think the
first.
issue that the Scott Surfers seem to have at the moment is if you have two people jumping, your characters kind of clash.
Yes, they
And
interfere with each
doesn't
other. Right?
doesn't allow you to do the jump quite well.
Again, oh, there we go. And we have the Livingston Lifers who's managed to get to the other side. They've pressed the button, opening up the bridge for the rest of the team to come through. And now they have to move on to this last parkour section up the
Water elevator.
Water elevator.
Water elevator.
Thank you.
The water lift.
The water lift. That's what I actually wanted to say. Right, water lift, water elevator. And they jump onto this last block, and that will, of course, mean that the little arrows will start firing. Now, this is quite difficult for the players because what happens is they have to concentrate on jumping the parkour blocks while trying to not be hit by the arrows that will be shooting from the side. So let's see how quickly they can do this. They don't actually all of them have to be there. They can start activating the parkour section already. I'm not sure why the Livingston Lifers are waiting. They need to move onto the parkour section here and start trying to clear that parkour section, unless they are waiting for one of their players.
Now, luckily, you don't need more than one person to make it across on this parkour section.
Correct. Livingston Life is here moving very quickly through that arrow section though. Now it's whether they can make this last few parkour jumps.
Those Decepti blocks.
The scepter blocks. This is actually also not easy because
No.
you've got to time those two jumps very, very specifically. You can see the arrows furiously firing across that section. The players, of course, run the risk of being knocked off as they go through the parkour run. There we go, and we have a Livingston Life player. Oh, and just misses the ladder.
You know what I just realized?
Yes.
For the second team that actually enters this parkour section, it's actually more difficult because you have arrows firing from the other side as well.
Yes, you do.
So
So
if you can actually get on there and get through there, you only have to worry about the arrows that are coming through from your side. There we go, Scott Surfers making their way up into the water lift. And
now again.
go up, go up,
Go up. Swim, swim,
swim,
swim.
swim. Swim, Dory, swim.
Swim, 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 Dory.
No,
No,
just keep swimming.
Just keep swimming, Dory.
Oh, there we go,
Livingston
Lifers.
Lifers are up.
Oh,
And
That
they
was
found the
sneaky.
shortcut, hit the button. Well done there
Well
to
done.
Livingston Lifers. Now, unfortunately, that does mean that the Scott Surfers are knocked out of today's tournament. Of course, they will be allowed to finish the map to log their official time. But well done there to the Livingston Lifers who has taken this round. Now, of course, guys, after this game, we will have one more game, and then that will be the end of round one, which will mean that we will have a slightly longer break. We will also have some interviews coming up after the next game, and that will be with the headmaster of Montrose, and we look forward to that interview as well. We are now watching the Scott Surfers finishing their round just to be able to log their time. The Livingston Lifers, of course, taking that round officially and going through to the next part of the tournament. The Scott Surfers logging their time, but unfortunately knocked out of the tournament for today. And we will be giving you some updates on those times as they become available. I'm just checking with the production team how long exactly Scott Surfers have left before they reach the time limit for this map. And I think it should be about 3 minutes.
yes. Of course, each team is allocated a time of 12 minutes to complete the whole round or the whole map. So they are given an opportunity to finish and, as Jaco said, log their time.
Correct. Now, of course, the reason why we log all the times, guys, is that, as you know, RGB runs a school league, and all these times get recorded into the data for the school league to understand, average times of maps, how fast teams are running them, how well different teams are doing across the different maps. So that is why we allow the opportunity for all teams to finish, so that all those times and information does get logged within the league as well. So again, we are just watching Scott Surfers logging their times. They do have 1 minute and 20 seconds left to do so before they reach the time limit.
Alright, looks like Scott Surfers. There we go. Just a little blockies. Just that ladder. There we go. So close.
Just over, almost got it.
Here we go.
Onto
Ladder,
the ladder.
ladder.
There
Here
we go.
Up the vines. Oh, okay, you can go around. It's okay. Go around.
Go around.
Let's go.
Make the jump, and there we go. Scott
There we
Surfers
go.
logging in their time.
Oh, that's
So
lovely.
that was a great match. Again, congratulations to the Livingston team then there on taking that map. The Scott team also logging their time. We will confirm their times with you as soon as they are available. And then we have one more match coming up, and that will be the end of round one. As I said, if you are joining us this morning, thank you very much for doing so. We will have one more match and then a bit of a break. During that break, we will have an interview with the headmaster of Montrose, so please come in and check that out as well. Of course, today's tournament is brought to you by Lenovo as a main sponsor. We also have some really cool first prizes sponsored to us by the team of cricket, and they are also on site today. They are present. So if you are coming through to either view the esports with us today or coming through for the open day, then also come and visit the cricket stand at the back there. Very creative people doing some very, very cool things there. And of course, I have to call out Windows 11 coming to us via Lenovo as well, who's also assisting us in today's tournament. Are you having fun, Seeker?
Oh, always have fun.
Minecraft is fun, right? Minecraft is fun. Right, so guys, we're going to go to a very short break while the next two teams are readying up, and those are the last two teams for round one. There we go, guys, and we're back, and you will see that I'm now wearing a jacket because it is quite cold this morning, and quite cold, of course, where we are as well. So the next game coming up will be between the Armstrong Archers and the Hillary Hunters, and we are going to show you the bracket very quickly before the game starts. But I believe the teams are almost ready, and there is the bracket as it stands for today. So now we are, of course, I think it is game 7.
Game 6.
Game 6, and that is the game between the Armstrong Archers and the Hillary Hunters. And this is, of course, the second knockout round. So both important for both these teams to come out as winners. The last time that they, of course, played the trials of Olympus, and this is, of course, also the last game for this particular round. Then we will have a slightly longer break. Of course, during that break, we will be having some interviews, so please join us for that. If you are joining us on the stream today, thank you very much for doing so. And remember, if you are on whichever channel you are following us, on YouTube, you can subscribe. On Twitch, give us a follow, and on Facebook, give us some likes and comments. That will be absolutely amazing. The tournament that you are watching today, the Montrose Lenovo Arena, sponsored by Lenovo. So thank you very much to them in conjunction with Windows 11. And then, of course, our prizes today, our first prize being sponsored by the team of Cricket. Absolutely amazingly creative people, some amazing machines, and you would have seen some ads from Cricket during our ad breaks today as well.
Of course, to give you some background, obviously both these teams have already played this map. So, fortunately, the Armstrong Archers did not finish in time, so they hit the time limit on their last round. And Hillary Hunters managed to make a really good time of 5 minutes and 17 seconds. So let's see if we can get some really awesome times out of these two, since they've already played it and they sort of know the mechanics of the map. What do you think, Yaku?
Yeah,
you think
absolutely.
We can get some better times out of this?
Absolutely.
I want to see a sub 5 minute run.
That would be amazing. The teams are ready, and they are ready to go. The gates are going to open in about 5 seconds, and then we will have these two teams running. They will be the teams of the Hillary Hunters and the Armstrong Archers, and they are off. And again, these two teams have had the opportunity to run these two maps already. So there we go, the Hillary Hunters answering the question very quickly off into this first part of the parkour section. Now it's about getting this wall open and being able to open up those few extra blocks on the parkour wall, which they have done very, very quickly there by the Hillary Hunters. But I see the Armstrong Archers also through the question center section, onto this first part of the parkour section, while the Hillary Hunters are now pushing ahead and trying to cross that as fast as they could up the vines. Just drops down the vines there by one of the Hillary Hunter players. Almost made it across in that single run. So we have another player coming up to the vines, crossing over. There we go, flipping the switch. Now the bridge is open for the rest of the team, and they're moving on to, and look at that. That was extremely quickly done there by the Hillary Hunter player. Now down the fishbowl and onto the armory section already. So now, will the sequencing be in their favor? It almost sounds like something out of a movie. Oh, and I saw the door opening. There we go. Just past. Slowly. There we go. Hillary Hunters really speeding. We had a player drop off the side of the map. So the player will be ported back in a few seconds. The Armstrong Archers still on that parkour section, trying to unlock that wall. The Hillary Hunters obviously in the team section already. Now, of course, they do need the rest of their team because, as you know, this team section does require at least 2 players operating the button for a jumper to be able to cross into that section. So they and look at this, the Hillary Hunters already making the team section, really speeding through.
I think we might actually see a sub 5 minute run.
Let's see. They are up into the water elevator. The Armstrong Archers on that parkour section, and Hillary Hunters already here into the arrow section, crossing over. Let's see if they can make this a very quick run, being knocked off by the arrow there. One of the Hillary players. Oof, those last blocks are so difficult.
There we go. Oh no, it's the little deceptor blocks.
Oh, but they get over and they...
Oh, wow.
Look at this. The Hillary Hunters going across, and they are going to hit the button, log in their time, and I'm very, very interested to see what the time is of the Hillary Hunters this time around. And there you have them. That is your winning team, the Hillary Hunters, and they have taken and logged in their time. The Armstrong Archers, they are on the parkour section and trying to just figure out how to get over that those parkour blocks. They can use the parkour blocks against the wall as well. So let's see if they can get there. The Hillary Hunters had an amazing speed run. So in a few seconds, the bridge will open for the Armstrong Archers to be able to cross directly over without running the parkour. The Hillary Hunters, celebrating there at the end, managed to log in their time already. The bridge now opens for the Armstrong Archers, and they are running across. They do not have to throw the switch anymore. The bridge is open already, so they just have to figure out the puzzle section or the puzzle switch section quickly for them to be able to open the door. So let's see how quickly they can do this. Of course, again, as with all the teams, we will allow them to finish this map and log their time. The reason why...
Archers are on fire.
It's because of all the lightning. But they do manage to get the door
Luckily,
open.
there's a swimming pool right there. So
yes.
They can just,
jump in the pool. If you happen to be on fire, just jump in the water.
Public service announcement, kids.
So guys, of course, as you know, this is a double elimination for today, which means that any team that is knocked out of the tournament has to actually lose twice before they get knocked out. And just an interesting fact for you, in the last two tournaments that we have held, every time the tournament was won actually by a team that came out of the lower bracket, right? Mm-hmm. So of course these teams entering the lower bracket or now playing in the lower bracket, they have as good a chance still as any of the other teams to go through into the finals, because with a double elimination, again, you have to be eliminated twice. Oh. The door now open for the Armstrong Archers, so they will move on to this team section now, and we will see how quickly they can complete this part. I am checking with our production team how much time the Armstrong team has left on the timer. I think it should be in the region of about 6 minutes. So let's see how quickly they can complete this this team challenge. Again, I don't see anybody manning the top button, which is of course a requirement. Both buttons have to be manned. The green jelly button as well as the gold block button for these two teams to make the jump. Now, Sika, I believe that you have some updated times.
I do. I know we were asking really, really nicely that we saw a sub 5 minute run. And I think Hillary Hunters was like, you know what? We'll do you better than that. We will do it in 2 minutes and 48 seconds.
Oh my word. That is an absolutely amazing time by the Hillary Hunters. Of course, the Hillary Hunters were the opposing team here to the Armstrong Archers. They have officially taken the win, but we are allowing the Armstrong Archers to finish their map so they can log their time for league purposes. And it seems that they have managed to figure out what needs to be done, but there we go. So you need to be shot up by that green button and then land on the gold block. And will they be able to do this? I think there's about 4 minutes left on the timer for these two teams to complete this particular team challenge. And the two players, I think...
Yeah, they're going to get ported back in.
They will get ported back in. Now they were knocked off the map. There we go. One player is back. There's the other player is back. They both get ported back into the map. And teamwork here, guys.
Yeah.
So I think the spamming.
The spamming works, but it could work if you have the timing right.
Yes.
But I think the missing component here is the jumping from the top onto the slime and then across.
Correct. Now look, you can make it if you just standing on the green block. You can actually make it if you do sort of a double jump. It's just a lot more difficult than when you jump from the top and then move across. So now you can see that the map has now made it a little bit easier. It's closed the gold block already, so now the team just has to get the timing right on the jumping off the green block. I'm just checking. I think there might only be about 1.5 minutes, maybe 2 minutes left on the timer for the team to complete this map. I think there's 2 minutes left now. And we are watching the Armstrong Archers trying to get through this this team section here to log their times. I think they have reached the limit on this, and the breach at the top will open, so now they no longer have to worry about the puzzle. They can now just run across using the bridge.
Look up!
Look up! Look up! Someone look up! The bridge is above you. Don't worry about the block.
Yeah, if you jump down, you're going to hit the bridge.
I don't think the team is noticing that the bridge has opened up for them. So the bridge is open. They can now go up the ladders and run across the bridge. And no, the team is infatuated with the button at the moment. They don't see the bridges open above them.
Yeah.
What? Someone look up. Come guys, look up. There we go.
I mean, you gotta admire their tenacity
Oh,
to get
the bridge
across
is
there.
open. They saw the bridge is open.
Oh, there we go.
It's open. Run across. No, run across. Run across the bridge. There we go.
There we go.
And if they hit the button, they can now. All of them can go across and up into the water ladder.
Yeah, up into the They have about 1 minute and 30 seconds left to complete this map and log their time. I think the parkour section, the last one, a little bit difficult for someone like me who has no ability to do parkour.
Yes, even me, I struggle with the parkour sections. I mean, Minecraft, there's quite a bit of skill involved in the character movement specifically. So we will see how fast the Armstrong Archers can activate this section. They will activate it. I think they actually already activated the arrow section. They now just have to try and get past or through the parkour. Not 100% sure why the Armstrong Archers players are waiting for the other players. They can go through the parkour section as individuals. They have about 40 seconds left to get to the end, or they will log their maximum time.
And remember, we have allowed 12 minutes for these teams to actually finish the map. So fortunately, if they don't make it in less than 12 minutes, 12 minutes will be their allotted time.
So I think we now have about 5 seconds, and before the timer runs out. Okay, there we
So they have
go.
reached their time limits and almost at the end.
Almost at the end. So the Armstrong Archers almost making it there to the end. You were, of course, watching the match there between the Armstrong Archers and the Hillary Hunters. Unfortunately, the Armstrong Archers did not make the final time there, or they got the maximum time. So it will be their maximum time that gets logged. The Hillary Hunters had an absolutely amazing run. In fact, the best time run for today so far, right?
Yes. I would actually love to see what the stats are on that for all of the time runs we've seen.
Yes. I mean, we obviously have that. Maybe I can pull that up and we can do some comparisons. But the Hillary Hunters doing it in 2 minutes and 48 seconds. So absolutely well done to that team. So guys, that was the end of this segment of the round one. So we will be going to a slightly longer break now. There will be an interview during this break as well, so please feel free to join us for that or keep on stream. If you are watching us on the streams today, remember, follow us on Twitch, give us a like on Facebook, and also subscribe on the YouTube channel. We would love to have you as subscribers. But thank you for coming out today. This wonderful tournament event sponsored by Lenovo, with some really cool prize support from our team of at Cricket, and of course all in conjunction with the great software of Windows 11. So guys, we will be taking that break now. Stay with us. We will be back for the second part of the tournament, or round two, in about 20 minutes from now.
Upholding high education standards is more challenging than ever, especially when teachers have to find new ways of engaging students amid today's digital distractions. And in uncertain times, it's hard to even keep students in school. What you need are smarter, innovative solutions. Meet the Next Generation Classroom, where students and teachers can rediscover the joy of learning even beyond classroom walls. It opens a window into another world and lets us change countless lives with a touch. It makes every lesson a rewarding exchange as teachers track and motivate their students' progress. When educators can transform the way they teach, they can transform the future and move imaginations beyond space and time. It's time to equip your institute with powerful, future-driven learning solutions that empower educators to defy the limits of the conventional syllabus. Already, we find that distance can bring us closer and break down the barriers that held us back from sharing great ideas with the world. Now, we can build new information networks that keep us connected even as we stay apart. Together, we can build a school without walls, where learning without limits can inspire and empower the future of learning.
Hi guys, and we are back, and of course you are joining myself, Yakusawa from RGB Gaming, and I am joined by the principal of Montrose today, Mrs. van Lochrenberg. And Sunette, do you mind if I call you on your first name?
No, that's fine.
So Ms. van Lochrenberg or Sunette is joining us today for the Esports Day, which is absolutely great to see. It's wonderful if we have the support of the principal of the school as well, and we're going to talk a little bit about, or a little bit with Sunette about esports and her views on esports. So Sunette, first of all, how are you enjoying today?
Oh, I am loving it. I'm absolutely loving it. It is so well organized. The children are enjoying it. The staff's enjoying it. Everyone knows exactly where to go. I cannot believe the organization and the work and effort that's gone into this. It's not just a small fry event. It's massive. It's absolutely big.
That's great. That's great. So obviously, I mean, we have some really strong and some good partners. I mean, Lenovo is here today, sponsoring the event. We've got some great prize sponsorship from cricket as well. And obviously, this is all in support of growing esports in the school environment and really bringing it into education and using Minecraft obviously as a tool. I mean, you've seen the benefits now of how the kids enjoy it, and I mean, I saw the kids during the break and they were all ecstatic and all smiling and all laughing. But Montrose as a school is very progressive around technology, right? And I mean, you guys have put in a lot of work and also a lot of investment, not only money-wise, but time-wise as well, from a technology perspective. What's your view on going forward and using technology at Montrose?
So, we cannot stagnate and just say it's books and learning with books. You have to progress, because we are dealing with children who invariably know more than the teachers.
Yes.
Because they watch YouTube videos, they watch Instagram. So you as a teacher, you are challenged constantly within the class. You have to teach, and if a child asks you a question and you do not know the answer, it is a matter of immediately asking Siri or Google to give you the answer, because you must work around it. So we have to be very flexible, and we have to incorporate technology into teaching, because you have to keep the children's attention. And unfortunately, jumping up and down and running around in circles are not holding their attention anymore.
Yes.
And this whole Minecraft coming into education and the avenues that it's opened for the children. You can go onto Minecraft Education and you can find a whole activity on the periodic table that they can go and do, and they can learn about chemicals and how to put them together. So it is a very nice or welcoming platform that they enjoy, and without them knowing, they are learning. So back in my day, which was very long ago, the television was our entertainment, and education through television was a big thing. Now it is all online, it's computers, it's as short as possible, because they get bored quickly.
Yes.
That's why they need short bursts of media. So we are looking forward to going far with esports. I think esports is going to be very big. I'm glad that we are piloting it and doing it in our school so quickly. We're having tournaments, our first Interhouse tournament, which is amazing. We are thankful for Lenovo support in sponsoring the tournament, and our inter-school tournament we're going to have the 25th. But you have to find a way to engage with the rest of the children who are not on the sports field.
Yes.
And there's quite a huge number of them, because you can only have so many people in a team, and you can have only so many people practicing to get into a team. And then what about the other 70% of the school? What do they do? So this is a medium or a sport or an activity that you do not need to have a venue or capacity for it. They do it from home.
Yes.
You all log in, link in, and you do it from home. So I'm very excited.
Right. So Sunil, I mean, it's absolutely wonderful. I mean, I can hear the passion, come through, and let's call it the delight of being part of an esports event. I mean, from from a technology perspective, it's also wonderful to see how, you know, that there are cutting edge schools and that, you know, that want to progress in technology, not only because technology is technology and it always progresses, but also because there's an understanding of, you know, what the kids want and the way in which, you know, children learn. So, I mean, for us today, it's very exciting, and thank you for also allowing us to host here today. I know we're also, you know, disrupting the school schedule, but we are having a lot of fun. I think everybody else is having a lot of fun, and I mean, from an esports perspective, we are looking forward to, you know, growing it not only with you, but with in terms of the esports, you know, ecosystem, and making this technology available for kids. I've been talking a lot today, so I can feel that my throat needs a bit of a Red Bull. So I will give you an opportunity, Sunette, if there's anything else that you want to highlight, you know, to the audience that is watching. If you guys are watching us on Twitch or YouTube or Facebook, you know, also go and check out the school's website. We will put some links in the descriptions as well. Sunette, anything else from your side?
I would just like to encourage all the parents to consider, you know, we as parents just often think of computers and computer games as evil. There are huge educational value if it is streamed into the right direction. If you have passionate educators who is willing to drive it, and you have the environment, a safe environment where it is controlled to do it, then it definitely is something that we can use. And I'm looking forward to the point where we're not one of the few, if not the only public school doing esports, where we can have more of our counterparts also join this, and we can have full-on competitions, you know, You always want to be the winner, so it's not nice to just compete against yourself. So
Perfect.
That's it.
I mean, today obviously you're competing against yourself, but the 8 best players today will be selected to go into 2 teams that will be competing in the inter-school, which is against I think 5 other schools, and that will happen on the 25th. And of course you are also hosting this event from a Montrose perspective as well.
Yeah.
So guys, if you are watching the stream, we will be here again on stream, but we will also of course be live in the Montrose arena on the 25th when there's an inter-school being hosted. And Sunette, I really look forward to that, and I think it's gonna be absolutely amazing.
Thank you. Thanks, Jaco. Thank you for all your hard work as well.
Excellent.
Thank you.
She's never been to medical school, but she's critical to fighting cancer.
Really?
Really.
That's cool.
And this IT pro, he's never watered a plant. But he's critical to helping this farmer grow these huge things.
And all this!
Who's critical to education? It's not just Miss Jin.
Hey, I love Miss Jin.
Yeah, she's great, but this guy is critical too. You see, there's an army of people rewriting what's possible. You may not know their names, but they're solving some of our biggest challenges. They're the critical unknowns.
Well, until now.
Lenovo, smarter technology for all.
Hi guys, so I know you just had a lovely interview with the headmaster, that Jaco did now, but I would like to introduce you now to Renal Sauer, who is the esports teacher, also natural sciences, also arts, so this very talented lady, very busy lady. So so Renal, I mean, you have had an incredible reception from the children, as far as I know, from their esports.
Yes, no, we have quite a lot of children that are really interested in this. We are standing at 58 that are joining our Minecraft club, and So we're standing at around about 41 that is interested in joining an esports league. So there's a huge interest, and we've had a lot of interest from other grades that we will expand to next year.
So what grades are we currently working with at the moment?
Currently we're only working with grade 6 and 7.
Grade 6 and 7, right. So how does something like that happen? Do you approach the children and say, we want to do esports, or do the children come to you and go, we want to do esports?
No, so what happened was I did my Microsoft Innovative Educator last year, and we went on Minecraft training. And there was an esports section, and then I approached the principal and said, this is something that I think we can really use to get kids that don't normally do sports, to get them involved and do something for the school and represent the school. And we then sent out an email and asked for interest, and we got quite a good response.
That's amazing. That's really, really great. I mean, Montrose is such a beautiful school. We've been here obviously this morning setting up and all that kind of stuff and doing the production side of things, and you guys are really running a great show here.
Thank you.
So what is the sort of reception at the moment with the esports program?
So as I say, the kids are very, very excited. We normally have a meeting twice a week, and we are looking forward to starting our first league in July. So
Wow.
we're going to run an inter-schools league where the kids choose their teams. So they're really excited for that to start.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. And so far today, how have the kids been? Are they enjoying it?
Yeah, no, they're enjoying it thoroughly. One girl was almost jumping out of her headset when they completed the course. So yeah, no, they're enjoying it thoroughly.
And you did say you have an all-girls team competing as well.
Yes, we've got 2 all-girls teams.
Oh, wow.
So we're really proud of those girls. They've done amazing today. And then we have about 3 or 4 other girls that are also participating. So it is really good for both genders.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Of course, you know, I'm a big supporter of girls in gaming in general, and I love to hear those kinds of stories.
Yeah, no, there's quite a lot of gaming girls, and they're real hardcore as well.
Yeah, we tend to be. All right, yeah. So I mean, other than today, though, you're looking forward to the 25th as well, inviting other schools to partake.
Yeah. So what we're doing actually today is we're looking at the top 8 learners. So from here, we're going to try and see who was our best players today, and those we're taking through to the inter-school that we're having on the 25th. So we're looking forward to competing against other schools.
That's amazing. I think 25th is going to be a real rocker, so you guys really have to join us that day as well.
Yes, no, it will be.
Yeah, but I think that I'm freezing, so I'm going to grab a cup of coffee. I don't know if you want to join me. But
yes, no, I will.
Yeah, we'll be back with the rest of the tournament soon.
It's just you, me, and the odds. We stuck together, we 2 peas in a pod. You dealt a bad hand, I'm there seizing the cards. We'll never be separated till we see in the gods. We truth in my word, you I lie to never end. Let me be your shield, let me be your shield. Let me be your shield, let me be your... Yeah, even with a blindfold or in different time zones, could find my way to you with my eyes closed. There's nothing between us. Go to Mars and Venus, stand in front of every one of them rocks they slinging and be your shield. Yeah.
In the fiercest battle, I'll defend you. I'll defend you.
There we go, guys, and we are back. But we did have a technical glitch while you were away. You would have probably seen that if you were on the stream. The stream dropped for a couple of minutes. Unfortunately, the internet in the area went out, so something that's completely outside of our control. But our technical team did manage to make a couple of calls, phone a few people, I don't know, phone a friend, and they managed to get that back up and running. But Sika, at least we had a break. You had some coffee. You're feeling all
coffee, yes.
energized and happy and ready to go. Yeah?
Yeah.
That's all good.
There's very few things in life that are, good cup of coffee can't fix.
And, it's live TV, right? I mean, what can you do? So we had, for those of you who are joining us back on the stream now, of course, the stream did go down for a little bit. The internet in the area, unfortunately, fell over it a little bit. But we managed to get that sorted out, and we are back live, and a little bit of a delay in the games today, but we will try and catch up where we can and still get you done in time. Of course, today you are joining us for the Montrose Lenovo Arena. Almost had a tongue twister there as well. Sponsored by Lenovo, and what a great event it has been so far. We are up to game 10, up to game 9, which will be the next match. And that is going to be phenomenally good, because it will be also on the new map that we will be looking at, and that will of course be the Egypt map. Currently you were looking at the standings on your screen, and we are going to do a quick fly through.
Aren't those the prettiest blocks that we just passed now? Those sort of effervescent.
Yes.
Effervescent. That's not the right word for it. Like holographic.
It's holographic blocks, I think, right?
So pretty.
So guys, you are looking at the Egyptian map, or the map called Egyptian Dunes. This is officially for this season, our biggest map. And when I say the biggest map for this season, of course, this is also the last time that you will be seeing this map today. We will not be reusing this map again. The next time you will see us live, we will be effectively in a new season, therefore using the new maps. But the Egyptian Dunes, just over 27 million and a half blocks. It contains 4 challenges, and it took just over 210 hours to build. So absolutely amazing map. It's a bit of a longer map, this one, but I think quicker because of the reduced challenges, Sigurd.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this, I really, you've got to look at this in awe, right? So, I mean, 27.5 million blocks. Absolutely gorgeous. It is a longer run, but obviously, like Yaku said, it's got only 4 challenges, so it is technically a little bit of a quicker sort of puzzle phase. But you can actually see as we're going through it how long some of the running sections are, and of course that whole stairs section as well. I think I would probably roll down those stairs, because I'm not the most coordinated when it comes to Minecraft. My little Minecraft feetsies don't really do what the little feetsies are supposed to do half the time.
There we go. So guys, we have been told by our production team that the next 2 teams are ready, and those of course are the teams of the Hillary Heroes and the Armstrong Avengers. It's very difficult with the doubles, right? The Hillary Heroes, the Armstrong Avengers. You've got to keep your wits about you. Right? Your wits about you. So the teams are readying up, guys, and I believe that they will be ready in the next 20 seconds or so. So we will be switching over to the game camera now, and then there will be that 10-second countdown before the teams are let loose on the new map. And this is, of course, now the Egyptian map. The countdown has started, and those gates are going to open.
5 seconds. Let's go. And there we go. The gates are down.
The gates drop. Woo. And the teams are off. And of course, now the first part of this map is all about just running, right? It's running. There's a long sort of pathway that each of these teams have to run up to, and they will run up to the first. Now the name has escaped me. The pyramids? Oh my word! These things are so famous, and I forgot the name.
And for someone who really, really loves Egyptian mythology and culture and stuff,
I wanted to call it the mountain, and that's just wrong. So they drop into
it's a triangular-shaped mountain.
So they drop into the pyramids, and of course, this pyramid section is quite difficult. It is a really a find the magic button section. So there is a whole bunch of buttons within the inside of this pyramid, and the team has to find the correct one that will actually open the next section of this map. So they have found the one button that opens the door. And
Hillary Heroes have as well. There we go.
now, of course, there is a small ladder that will take them out of the pit on the other side. But they have to figure out how to extend the floor. Now, you can, of course, only do this by using the buttons in the wall on the opposite side of each other. So there's a bit of a gap there in the wall. If you can see where the players are standing now, there's some buttons in there. And the buttons will have a specific sequence that needs to be pressed to be able to extend that floor far enough for them to jump across and get to the box. And the teams have to figure out how to extend that floor far enough so they can actually get there in time and retrieve what is in the box. Now, I see the Armstrong Avengers have managed to get to the box. They pick up what is in the box, and then they need to come back to the other side. They, of course, don't have to worry too much about the floor because they can use the ladder to get up on the other side. And what they've picked up in the box is actually a lever that they have to attach to a door on the other side of the room. So they have to go all the way back now and attach the lever that they've picked up from the box, and that will allow them to open the door on the other side. Now they've got to find it. This is a bit of a challenge for them now.
There you go.
And they have to run all the way back to attach that leather. And now, of course, you're hoping that the person who has the leather understand the lever. And there we go. We've got the Hillary Heroes who've attached that lever. They've put it in, and they have opened up that door, and that's allowed them now to go to the top of the pyramid.
There you go. Armstrong Avengers now have attached the lever, pulled the lever, Kronk, and they're on their way as well. A little bit further behind, but still very closely on the heels of Hillary. The heels of Hillary's Heroes. Hillary Heroes.
You talk about a tongue twisted, right? Hillary Heroes now out at the top of the pyramid, and they run all the way down. And as they get to the bottom, that floor will open, and they will drop down into the water.
Go, go, go.
And now this is probably for me personally, this is the most difficult part of the map.
Ah, yes.
This is the climb, right? And this is a parkour section where the teams have to literally climb up the parkour in from the bottom of the pit right up to the floor section.
Ah, but it's tricky. It doesn't look as tricky when you're actually looking at it sort of from the top view. But the problem is that a lot of these blocks, they're different sizes, they're slightly different sort of elevations, and sometimes the angles are different as well. So it is a little bit tricky, and teams that take it a little bit slower sometimes do better on this one because they have time to adapt to where the next block is and where they have to go.
But the Avengers doing very, very well here. Oh, and a bit of a drop there. Actually did very well. Coming up quite high in that section.
Heroes are doing a good job.
So let's see if the Heroes
can... Of course, once they get to the top, at least one of the team members have to get to the top to be able to pull the lever which releases the water. So the rest of the team can actually just swim to the top then.
Correct. So at least if one player gets to the apex, the button. If they press that button, that will release the water lift or the elevator.
Well, they're pretty much just flooded, right?
Yes, yeah. They flood this tube, right, or this section of the map, and that will allow the rest of the players to just swim up.
There you can see on the screen on Hillary Hero's side where the button is actually right there by the ladder. So as soon as the water rises, all of the team members can actually access that ladder through the water.
But you can see, I mean, we're looking at the button there now, you can see through the camera pan just how high that button is.
Yeah.
So this is really a bit of ground to cover for each of the teams before they get to that button. And of course, it is the first time that they are playing this map today. So, this is a brand new section for most of these players. So let's see how quickly they can get through this parkour. So this map in its totality has a DNF time of 15 minutes. So a time, let's call it a time restriction or time limit of 15 minutes. This particular section of the map, though, does have a shorter time limit because at some point, if the teams do not manage to make it past the park, or this section of the map will automatically flood, allowing the teams to swim to the top as well. And the floods are, and as I said, that the floods are opening.
How's that for timing?
There we go. So both these teams have the opportunity now to swim to the top and get to the ladder. So for them both, it is head to head at the moment, and as they are heading into this very, very difficult section of the map. So what we are looking at here is what is called the maze zone, and literally this is a maze. It's a maze. That's what it is. But
it's amazing.
Yeah, it's an amazing maze.
So now where you can see the Armstrong Avengers now at the top there. So it's possible for one of the members to sort of stand at the top and guide their team through. But obviously, as a player, you kind of have to be in the maze. So not everybody can be on the top, guys.
There we go.
So you see the Hillary Heroes. There's one team member there that is actually guiding them all through. And there we go.
Now let's see. The Hillary Heroes making some good progress here. There's some good guidance from their player at the top.
That's some great teamwork there.
They are playing very, very smartly here. And the Hillary Heroes doing really, really well guiding their team through this maze. Some exceptionally good teamwork going on here. Look at this.
There we go.
The Hillary Heroes got to make it. And oof. And they're up at the top. They just have to press the button, and the Hillary Heroes log in their time. And very, very well done to the Hillary Heroes. Of course, the Armstrong Avengers, again, they will be allowed to finish their map to be able to log their time, but they are in the maze still at the moment. So the Hillary Heroes are logging their time. Very, very well done to them. The Armstrong Avengers still here in the maze section, and we're trying to track the players here. I think our cameraman is having a bit of a fun time trying to find the players inside the maze.
As you can see on the screen there, the player on the top can't actually get to the sort of staircase to activate the button. So it has to be someone in the maze.
So there we go. Let's see who they send down into the maze. At the moment, there's actually no Avengers players inside the maze from what I can see. We have one Avengers player that is sort of at the entrance to the maze, and then we have two Avengers players that are on the top. Now, what's important is that there is no external help on this section, and what we mean by that is that if you think about the parkour section, if the team took a little bit of time getting through there and they moved past the allotted time, that section filled up with water, so it helped the team to get to the top. Whereas with this section, the team actually has to go through the maze area. So right now they need to almost go completely back to where they started and actually enter the maze, because they're currently not in the maze. I see one player was teleported back, and now that player is entering the maze. So now they need to try and get through. Unfortunately, the player here at the moment has no guidance, but actually doing quite well. Quite well trying to get through this maze.
I wonder if this was a case of memorizing the maze from the top.
It could be. It would be a great memory trick if that can be done.
There we go. No, carry on. You were going the right way.
Oh, no. And of course, it can become very confusing for these players if they don't know which way they are going. So there we go. So you're watching the Armstrong Avengers. There is 4 minutes left on the allotted time for this map. So let's see if they can crack this maze in the next 4 minutes.
Close.
Oh, very well done there into the third part of the maze section. Come on, Avengers. You can push through. There we go, and they are going to find the
There
exit.
we go.
And they are going to log in a time.
Ooh, well done.
There we go, and the fireworks go off, and the Armstrong Avengers have logged in their time. So there we go. There you have your winning team, and they are on screen right now. And we've got some of our production staff there who's also managed to show some face. So they are also there. And that was a fairly fun game to watch.
Nicely done, guys. Well done.
So guys, we will be waiting for some team times to come through. Sika, I don't know if you have that already.
Yeah, so the first team we've got the Hillary Heroes, of course, finishing that. I think that was the winning team, correct? In 7 minutes and 44 seconds. So really well done. That's our benchmark time for this map for today. So let's see if we can get some competitive spirit going there. See if we can finish it a bit faster.
There we go. And then, of course, the Armstrong Avengers, they managed to avoid that DNF, and they did actually log their time, which we will confirm as well. But so far, the benchmark on this map, 7 minutes and 44 seconds. So just for the guys who missed it earlier,
There's
we're
my
doing...
favorite blocks.
Yes. Huh? Say again?
My favorite blocks.
Oh, yes. Did I miss it again?
Yes,
Oh, no. So for the guys who missed the fly-through earlier, we are looking at the Egypt map again. Just a little bit of a fly-through so that you can see the way that this map is built and structured. It's an absolutely amazing map. 27.5 million blocks, 4 challenges, and took just over 210 hours to build. Of course, this is the last time that you will be seeing these maps being played. They are Season 1 maps, and the next time that we will be online, which will be on the 25th, with the Montrose Lenovo Arena Inter-Schools Challenge, we will of course be playing on the new maps because we will be in a new season. So we are busy readying up the next teams, so we will take a very short break. And guys, as we start moving into these sort of rounds now, you will start noticing that our breaks will also become a lot shorter. The teams are, as we go through the day, the teams also get more affay with swapping out, logging in, readying up, and doing things like that. So we will start progressing a little bit faster, and of course we do have to allow these teams to actually get seated and logged on and those sort of things. So we will be taking a very small ad break, and then we will be back with your next game. guys, and we are back and we are ready for our next game, and this is of course between the Scott Speeders and the Livingston Lightning team. So we will be going straight into the team camera. As I said to you, that things are moving a little bit faster because the teams are getting a fay and the countdown has started. So 10 seconds.
Yes, almost ready. Let's go. Of course, this is still the upper bracket, so teams still have an opportunity to get knocked down into the lower bracket. So even if they don't have the fastest time in this matchup, they will still have a chance to face off against another team in the lower bracket.
Correct. But these are two teams that we've seen very, very fast times from before. I mean, if I just have a very quick look here, these were the two teams that ended up head to head on the previous map, the Scott Speeders and I'm stand corrected. The Scott Speeders actually set up the fastest time in the previous map of 5 minutes and 14 seconds, and that was of course on the Trials of Olympus. Now we see them here, and we're going to see if they are as impressive here on the Egyptian map.
If they're still speedy.
If they're still speedy. Of course, they are now in the pyramid, and they need to find let's call it the magic button to open that first door. That will give them access to. There we go. Oh, they found one button, and there's the doors have been opened, and for both of them actually.
Just need to find it.
So Livingston Lightning, they have just dropped down into that pit over there, and now they have to find the correct button sequence to extend the floor enough so they can get to the box. So Livingston Lightning at the moment with a slight lead because they have in fact gotten to the box and they have managed to pick up that lever. Now of course the lever needs to be taken back to the other side of the room where there's a door, and they need to fit that leather on. I keep saying leather. They need to fit that lever onto the door to be able to open it.
And there we go.
So Livingston Lightning, and that was very quick.
Very quick.
And they're going up the ladder, heading towards the top of the pyramid section. Now they have to obviously jump off that ladder and onto the next.
I guess the question here is what strikes faster, a speedster or lightning?
Oh, clever. Very clever. Right, all the way down the stairs, the Lightning team goes, and when they get to the bottom, that floor will open, dropping them down into the parkour water section. They have to move fast here. Not exactly sure why they are at this point waiting for their team members. They don't require a full team to do this part as they head into the parkour section.
Well, it depends on who has, the best parkour skills.
Well, okay, that's.
I mean, you really just need to have your best parkour person get to the top.
This
press
is
the button.
Point. Yes, you're right. So we're going to watch the Livingston Lightning team now on the top left of your screen as the speedsters now move into the bottom part, and the parkour section will open now for them. And they also drop down. So again, head to head with these two teams, the Scott Speedsters and the Livingston Lightning team, both in the parkour section and trying to race to the top. Now guys, if you are watching with us, there is a time limit on this particular part of the challenge. So if the teams do take a little bit long, or they cannot make it to the parkour section, the top of the parkour section in the allotted time, this I want to say hole. This section of the map, the pit, will flood, and that will allow them to swim to the top. It does take about.
Speedsters is doing a good job. Yeah, look at this.
Speedsters are moving. Speedsters are moving really. And just missed that last jump.
Luckily, not all the way down.
No, that was very lucky, actually falling onto the bottom there, but still moving very, very fast. Whoever this.
Sure.
Oh, and again, just a little bit too much in a hurry there on that last jump. So
they say slow and steady.
Slow and steady. So the Speedsters still with a slight lead in front of the Livingston Lightning team. But I think we are coming up on about a minute and a half left before this section of the map will flood. And then both teams again will be head to head as they go into the maze zone. So let's see if Livingston Lightning can get to the top here. Again, they are a little bit ahead of the Speedsters now. Very, very small lead. Oh, and the Livingston Lightning team drops down. So they're pretty much head to head at the moment.
Yeah.
There's not much in it.
Oh, and again. That's the most frustrating part for me, is when you actually make the jump, but you just take that extra step accidentally.
The other thing with the parkour, which a lot of players don't realize, is if two players jump onto the same block at the same time, then both of you will probably fall off.
Yeah.
Because the characters do interfere with each other. So even though this is very much an individual, sort of parkour skills test, you are also very much dependent on your teammate not to bump you off the block that you are standing on, right? And I think the water is going to come any second now. We'll see. I think the timer is coming close to running out on this particular part of the map. And that will then fill this section with water, which will allow both teams to then very quickly swim to the top.
And again, these teams are so close in terms of sort of how they've been playing this map so far, that if both teams end up with the water lift basically flooding up to there we go, up to the button, it's gonna be a very, very neck and neck race through that maze.
So there we go. We've got Livingston out of the water first. Then we've got Scott, and they are literally heading into the maze section at the same time. Now, for me, it's interesting to always see whether you have players just following each other or whether the players are actually communicating. So right now we have two Livingston players, two Speedster players on top. Livingston also entering the maze. They also have some help at the top trying to guide their players.
This is going to be a close one.
Ooh, it is the Lightning team out first from the first part of the maze.
Oh.
They don't go out. And of course some of the maze guys has some trap doors. So one of the Livingston players entered one of the trap doors there and obviously gets ported back to the beginning of the maze, so has to start again. The Speedsters moving along slowly but surely. Livingston in the second part of the maze already.
Speedster's actually doing a really great job through here.
Speedsters moving, like I said, slow and steady, but they are getting there. Our cameramen always have a lot of fun trying to find the players in the maze. I think sometimes they are also as stuck in the maze as the players are.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Speedsters are out. They are going to race to the top, but they set it off. And the Scott Speedsters take this round and they lock their time in. And there you can see the winning team having a bit of a celebration there. And they have taken the map, the Scott Speedsters. We are now watching the Livingston Lightning team just finishing up their round. It seems that all their players are on top of the maze though, and of course there's no way that you can finish the maze from the top, so they have to get some players at the bottom that can enter the maze and actually go through it. So let's just see.
Guys, come on.
Let's just see who goes down. We might have to help them pour down if they don't realize that they can swim down there. Okay, so we are going to transport the players to the entrance, because at the moment they are all on top of the maze. There we go. And we have a player now hopefully doesn't swim back up, go into the maze. There we go. There we go. And the Livingston player now making his way through. Now hopefully his teammates that he has above him on the glass roof will help him and guide him, tell him where to go, so they can get through and log their time. And I can see there's some teamwork going on here now. They are helping him. No, don't go to the trapdoor. No. And he of course gets teleported back to the beginning of the maze. That is a false door that was entered. So they're going to have to guide him back there again.
And it's not the first time. It's going to be so frustrating.
Now, it does look to me like this Livingston player has memorized the map a little bit, because there is some guidance going on, but they have to help their teammate here in terms of where they need to go.
There you go.
That's
they
it.
Still have some time to finish this.
They do. This map has a 15-minute DNF time, so the Livingston team still within that.
There we go.
And he is definitely getting some guidance from the players at top. They are telling him exactly where to go now. They only need one player to go through the entire maze. And no, come back. No. There we go.
So close.
And
there we go.
They found it, and the Livingston Lightning team clocks in their time and sets off the fireworks. So there we go, guys. Those were both the teams. We will confirm the times for you in a second. And Sika, do you have those times?
All right. So I've got the time for the Scots Speedsters, and they managed to finish that in an impressive 7 minutes and 34 seconds, which is 10 seconds quicker than Hillary Heroes, which obviously won the first round on that map.
Excellent. So the Scots Speeders finishing it, like Sika said, in 7 minutes and 34 seconds, 10 seconds quicker than the Hillary Heroes, who were the winners of the previous match. So guys, we will take another 2-minute break while we allow the next team to ready up, and then we will be back with our next game. There we go, guys, and we are back, and we are almost ready for your next match. We've confirmed that the other team is just busy sort of readying up their one player. So we will be going to that match shortly. We apologize for running a little bit over time today. We did say that we will be sort of heading into the final section around 2 o'clock today. But of course we had that internet break earlier this morning where the entire internet went down, Something unfortunately outside of our control, but we managed to get everything back up, and so we are slightly behind, not by much, and we will make up time as we go along. So we're going to have a quick look at the prize desk there. Then again, that is of course what the players are playing for today. Some very, very nice trophies. Of course, the first prize there from our team at cricket. Absolutely amazing brand. If you don't know what it's about, go and check them out. The Cricket Joy, a very, very nice little machine. You can use that for a lot of DIY projects. It's absolutely incredible, and you would have also seen some ads running during the stream today. And those are the Lenovo Arena trophies. Of course, today's event sponsored by Lenovo in conjunction with Windows 11. So absolutely well done today to our sponsors coming on board and making sure that the teams are playing for some excellent prizes. So it seems that our teams are ready, and we are gonna go to the game camera shortly. Again, I believe there's one player that they are trying to just get logged in. So we will have a look. Sika, how are you enjoying today?
I'm absolutely loving today. From what I hear as well, the kids are really, really loving it. They are loving the competitive spirit, and really excited, especially when their house wins. That's awesome.
Now, of course, today is a Interhouse tournament here at Montrose. So today the Montrose Lenovo Arena, and the top 8 players of today will qualify to go into 2 brand new created teams. And those 2 teams will be in the inter-schools. That will be schools competing against each other, and that's on the 25th. Of course, also hosted here at Montrose.
And of course, we want you guys to join us live for that one as well. So don't forget, the 25th is inter-schools.
Absolutely. So I'm told we are ready to cross over to the teams. So we will go into those game cameras now. Of course, on the top left-hand side, we have the Livingston Lifers and the Hillary Hunters on the bottom right.
And we're about to start. Let's go.
And the gates are open. And they're off.
Oh.
And let's
Livingston
see.
Life was a little bit of a slow start there.
I can see that.
Oh.
That was luckily one of our cameramen there.
I got such fright. I was like, how did you even manage to do that?
There we go. So the Hillary Hunters moving a little bit quick at the moment, having the slight advantage, but the Lifers coming up right on their tail now. Everyone up the pyramid, and they're going to have to drop down all the way with this pyramid down to the bottom, and that will take them into the button room. So now they have to find the secret button to open both the doors. Of course, the one door will lead to that pit where they have to figure out the sequence to open or to extend the floor. That will take them across the pit to a box that contains a lever, and they have to use that lever on the opposite side of the room to open a door that leads them up into the pyramid.
Yes, because isn't that a natural thing you do when you find a lever in a
box? You put it on a door?
Yeah,
I guess so. I guess so.
Automatically be like, well, this seems like a good idea. Let's see where the mummy comes out.
Well, that's the one thing about the Egyptian map that I would have loved to have, right, was a little mummy somewhere trying to catch the players.
Yes. Well, we have that on the next map, sort of.
Yes.
Zombies,
We've
but
got some zombies.
right? Close enough.
Right. So the Hillary Hunters, did they manage to get the lever? Yes, I see the lever in hand there. So they have to now race across to the other side of the room. What did I miss? Did I miss a joke?
No, I'm good. And there we go. Hillary Hunters has pulled the lever and are on their way up to the next section.
So they will race up to the top of the pyramid, and then of course there's that staircase that they will have to run down that leads to the gap in the floor, the floor opening. You'll see as they come to the bottom, the floor will automatically open, and that will allow them to drop into the water and face the parkour section. Now again, guys, from not only from what we've seen today, but from what we've seen in general, the parkour section is very, very difficult on this map. But some teams have very good parkour runners, and they can do this fairly quickly. As you can see here with the Hillary Hunters that are making very good progress on this parkour section. moving up on it. The Livingston Lifers, though, at the moment, they are still figuring out the floor and the lever. The fastest time that we had so far on this map, Sika, do you have that?
So far the fastest time on this map was 7 minutes and 34 seconds. But if you do recall, Hillary Hunters did an incredible job on the last map and actually blasted our sort of fastest time out the water. They did the last map on 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Now, yes, these teams are in the lower bracket, which means that they only have one more opportunity to go through. So if they do get eliminated in this round, they will be out of the day. Hillary Hunters, though, have been an incredible team so far. And, with having such a fast run on the last map, it's very possible that they will find themselves in the final. And if you recall earlier in the day, if you were around with us and you joined us earlier in the day, we did mention that in the last two tournaments that we've hosted, there's been a run of the team that has won the lower bracket going through and actually beating the upper bracket team twice in a row to actually secure the final victory. So, there's a possibility that we could actually even see the Hillary Hunters or any of these teams in this match or the next one actually go through and keep that 3-win streak of the lower bracket running.
Yeah. So we have been notified by our production team that it does seem like there are members in the Livingston Lifers team that are actually breaking some of the blocks, which of course is a rule. It's not allowed within the competitive environment. I see they are rebuilding it to try and fix it, which is okay because it means that they are avoiding a disqualification. But let's just see. I think there were too many blocks broken, and indeed we have received confirmation that unfortunately the Livingston Lifers have received a disqualification for breaking those game blocks. Again, unfortunately, it's one of the rules. It's not allowed within the competitive environment. So unfortunately, they did receive a disqualification for that. I don't think the team did it intentionally, perhaps. So it is a bit unfortunate for them. So they have received that DQ. And as I say that, the Hillary Hunters make it to the top. They activate the lever for the water to come up, which will allow the Hillary Hunters to now move into that maze zone.
Yeah, so of course Hillary Hunters now getting the win on this map, but we're still trying to get their time actually logged in and see what sort of time run they can have on this map. See, we've got one
helper,
one little helper on the top there,
and the helper's doing a good job. Go left, go right.
Oh, this is the tricky
one. Oh, now he has
this
two helpers. He has two helpers now.
That's the tricky,
and his
tricky
helpers.
one. Let's see if this they get through.
His helpers are like, come on.
To the door.
Go this way. No,
this door again.
No, not the door. Don't go through the door.
No, the door. And we're through the door again.
I think the need to go through a door when you've been stuck in a maze just feels like you need to do it, and I think players just do it, and they go, maybe the door leads me out. Now, of course, there is another door in the maze that actually does take you right to the end, right?
Yes.
So
that's actually harder to find than the way out.
Yes.
So if you do stumble upon that door, though, you are incredibly lucky.
Correct. But so there is one door that will take you to the end and one door that takes you back to the beginning. Unfortunately, the door that takes you back to the beginning is so easy to find that a lot of players take it. And let's hope they don't go the same route.
Nope.
No, we're not going to go there. We're going to go back. So we are watching the Hillary Hunters as they now fight to log in a good time here on the maze. And
we're leading back. It's good, some good communication, good teamwork there.
There is good teamwork happening here because the guys at the top are trying to find the best route for their player at the bottom to go through. They are making progress onto the maze as they go now into the second section of the maze, and this is a nice run on the side here. They found the easy way through the second part and heading into the third part of the maze now. And let's see what time the Hillary Hunters can log in. Very, very good run here. A lot of help from their teammates at the top.
Good listening skills
Good
there
listening
to the one
skills.
on the ground.
Definitely, definitely. And there they
we
go. They find the final stairs, and the Hillarys log in their
Look at
time. And you
that.
can see the excitement from the kids. They were super excited taking the win there, and a good job by the Hillary
Hunters.
Hillary Hunters. So there we go, guys. Hillary Hunters taking the win, and very, very well done to them. And that will mean that they will move on to the next part of the tournament. So we are going to take another 2-minute break, maybe 3 minutes, just to get the current teams off, signed off, and the next team signed on, and then we'll be back with your next match. There we go, guys, and we are back, and we are almost ready for our next match. I've been told that they're just waiting for 1 or 2 players to sign in, and then we are ready to go, and the match will be between, of course, the Armstrong Avengers and Livingston Lightning. So just in terms of the previous map, I just want to see if we have some updated times on the Hunters' time. Sika, do you have that?
Yeah, so Hillary Hunters managed to do that map in 7 minutes and 47 seconds.
Which is pretty fast.
It's pretty fast.
It's pretty fast. I mean, it's 10 give and take 10 seconds or so slower than the Scott Speeder's time, which is the fastest time logged on this map so far, and that was at 7 minutes and 34 seconds.
Well, look, our three winners on this map so far have been so close in time in terms of times. I mean, Hillary Heroes did 7 minutes and 44 seconds. Scott Speedsters was 7 minutes and 34 seconds, and of course we've got Hillary Hunters, which was 7 minutes and 47 seconds. So it's very, very close at this point.
It's actually less than 10 seconds separating those two teams, right? So that's
10 seconds exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So guys, there we're looking at the standings. Of course, you, like I said earlier, you are watching the Montrose Lenovo Arena competition today, and this is the Interhouse tournament for Montrose, identifying the top 8 players that will be selected to play in the Inter-Schools tournament on the 25th, which is quite exciting. And that is the bracket as you see it at the moment. So we've got about, what's that now? 4 matches to go before we end off today. Again, we are still running slightly over time based on the schedule on the website as well. We do apologize for that. Of course, earlier today we had that complete internet outage, which stopped the competition for a little bit. I must say, though, I'm impressed with the team because the outage was for about... just over half an hour, was it? Almost 40 minutes?
I don't think it was that long.
It was quite a long time, but we've made up some good, decent time. So at the moment, we're only running about 13 minutes over. But I suspect that we will probably run about half an hour over for today. So we do apologize for that, but the team is making it up as we go along. The next match, of course, Armstrong Avengers versus Livingston Lightning.
It sounds terrible. The team is making it up as we go along. I think you mean we're like
Well,
making
making
up
up
time
yes.
as we go along.
Yes, we don't make up stuff.
Making up stuff as we go along. It's like, whatever.
Yeah, no, we're not making it. Yeah, okay, fine, fair enough. We're making up time as we are going along. So we're doing a quick fly through now of the Egyptian map. Guys, if you have not seen the Egyptian map before, this is the time to look at it because today is the last time that you can actually see this Egyptian map. This is the last time that we will be using it for Season 1. The next time we will be live on the 25th, we will effectively be in Season 2 using the new maps. Of course, this is the Egyptian dune maps and containing around 27.5 million blocks, 4 challenges, and just took over 210 hours to build. So absolutely amazing. Don't you think it's a beautiful map, Seeker?
It's absolutely beautiful. It's not my favorite map.
No,
yes,
no, it's
but,
not. Your favorite map is the next one, right?
Yes.
The next one is your favorite map. Yes, I know that.
It's just.
I like this for various reasons. One is that I think it's a gorgeous map.
No, it's a pretty map. It's a pretty map.
But of course, I'm also a bit of an Egyptian mythology nerd. Yes. So of course, I would like it.
Yeah, you see, my nerdism lies with the Norse. So
oh, of course.
Yes.
Of course. Well, we all have a little bit of nerd that we need to show now and again. Right? Right, so I'm told that the teams are almost ready. I think we're waiting for one more player. But I think maybe just as a reminder, let's have a look at those trophies and what the players are playing for. And we can, if we can swap over to that. There we go, and you can see those are the trophies for the Lenovo Arena Interhouse Championship today with Montrose Primary. Of course, behind those trophies, you also see the first prizes sponsored by our cricket team. Those are the Cricket Joys, and then of course there are also some spot prizes, some additional prizes we will be giving away today, and that looks absolutely amazing. Of course, the overall tournament today brought to you by Lenovo, and through their great sponsorship, also progressing esports in schools and education institutions alike. So there we go, guys. We are ready to swap over to the games, and we will go to the game screen in a few seconds, and that will be of course be the game between Armstrong Avengers and Livingston Lightning. So we will go to the game screens.
Alright, so it seems as though we're having a little bit of technical difficulty with one of the kids with logging in.
Oh no.
So we're going to go back to having a look at the map again, just to give us a little bit of time to get the last player connected.
Alright, perfect.
Right. Well, that was quick.
We believe from our
Seems like we're
production
ready.
team that it has been sorted out, so that last player did log in. So the teams are ready. The countdown has begun. Once those gate drops, the two teams will be off.
And we're almost ready to start. Let's go.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Of course, this is the final round, well, the final match in this round, the quarterfinal. It is a double elimination match up, so this is sort of either you're going to go through or you are done for the day.
That's it, that's it. So Armstrong Avengers now making the bend, heading up towards that pyramid area, and so is the Livingston Lightning team. So both of them almost hitting the stairs at the same time. There's a little bit of a pause there from the Avengers. They should really push on. They are head to head here with the Lightning team. Both of them are down into the button section within the pyramid, now trying to find that magic button to open the door. The door is open already. Livingston Lightning moving very, very quickly here. The floor drops down, and now it's about figuring out how to extend this floor so that they can get to the box. Oh, and they figured that out. Ooh, and somebody pressed the button behind them. They should be very careful here not to break the buttons. We've had one disqualification today because of breakage of the map. The Livingston Lightning's being able to work as a team, figuring out what that button is that they need to press to extend that floor. The Avengers at the same place, so they are pretty much head to head.
Avengers.
Oh, and
They had the button.
Yes,
There
but
we go.
Livingston is almost on the other side. They should go to the box area, go and get that lever out of the box. There's a Livingston player on.
I actually think did he grab the lever?
I'm not sure. Let's see. Let's see if they did manage to. Oh yes, the player with the lever. I think. Let's just see.
Maybe. Did they open the box?
I'm not sure if they opened the box and took. There we go. They
There
have
you
the
go.
lever, and both the levers are in place
Oh,
almost at the
that's
same time.
Neck and neck.
They are racing it out now. The Armstrong Avengers going up the ladder, and so is the Livingston Lightning team. So doing very, very well here, racing. I almost wanted. I can say head to head, right?
Yes.
Neck and neck, head
Neck
to
and
head.
neck.
It's the same
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. Ankle to ankle.
Ankle to ankle. And the floor will now open, dropping them down into the water and allowing them to come up onto this parkour section. Now, to be fair, we haven't seen a really good parkour run up to now, and let's see if one of these two teams can give us a good parkour run. So the Livingston Lightnings, they are Livingston Lightning. I keep calling them the Livingston Lightnings. The Livingston Lightning team making good progress here.
Oh, the Avengers are also doing a really, really good job here. Look at this.
There is a little bit of haste sometimes when it gets to this part of the map.
Yeah, this is the part where you need to almost slow down a little bit and plan your move.
And breathe.
So that doesn't happen.
Yes. Slow down, breathe.
Yes.
And I like the idea, this whole idea around slow and steady, right?
Mm.
So
Well, the other alternative is sort of quick and precise.
Yes.
That doesn't always happen when you are moving really fast.
Well, also with parkour, it's not that easy, right? I mean, you can. It's literally. I mean, this relies a lot on your sort of parkour skills specifically.
It does. But
So
these players also need to remember that having more than one player on a block at a time means you could knock each other off.
yes, the block is
And you
literally.
don't all have to actually go through to the top either. You just have to have one player who quickly makes their way up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, once the players get to the top of this pit, they will activate the switch, which will flood the rest of the pit, allowing the rest of the teammates to actually come through via swimming.
Yes.
Like normale vissies.
Like normale vissies, yes.
Yeah.
So we've got a good run here by the Avengers. They have a bit of a lead here on the Livingston Lightning team. So let's see.
So
This is
close to the
this
top.
is a very, very good run here by the Avengers.
Here we go.
And there we go. They press the button that floods it for the rest of the team, and they can all swim up. And I see there's a bit of eating going on.
Yum,
So
yum,
time
yum.
to stop for a snack.
Snacky. It's always time for a snack. Let me see.
So it is now the Armstrong Avengers that are in the maze already, and we've got
Oh,
a
wow.
single player who's
Wow.
going at it at a tremendous speed. And this... Armstrong...
Not that one.
Not that way. So let's see.
Yeah, Livingston Lightning still in the pit, and they get to the top. They manage to press the button and flood it for the rest of the team to get through there. They still have time to do this. Armstrong Avengers are still in the maze. Woo!
The Armstrong Avengers doing a very good job here, though. They are moving.
They are moving very fast
through this
Livingston
maze.
Lightning still has a chance to
Livingston
get there
Lightning,
first.
right on their
Oh,
back. Is Armstrong
there?
Armstrong's gonna push for the... There we go.
Yeah.
And they have to just let the fireworks go
Yeah.
off. And amazing. Armstrong.
Look at that.
Armstrong Avengers gets to the top. And they log in their time. Livingston Lightning right on their heels, though. Of course, we will allow the Livingston Lightning team to finish up because they do need to log in their time for league purposes. But what an amazing run there by the Avengers, the Avengers team. What a brilliant run. So there we go, guys. The Avengers taking that map as the win. And the Livingston Lightning team in the maze just finishing up to be able to log their time. We're just going to see we have a player that is on his way. No, you were heading in the right direction. He was on his way.
It was the good one, the good direction.
Yes. So we're going to see if he finds his way back. Him or her. Actually, it's quite difficult because, of course, Minecraft characters all look the same to me.
Universal.
They're very universal.
I know. Dead end.
You know what the funny thing is with these last two teams is I didn't actually see that there was anyone on top. Oh, here we go.
There.
The Lightning team has somebody on top, and there is a Livingston Lightning member that has found his way into the third part of the maze, and this should go quickly. The third part of the maze normally does go very quickly because players start getting a fay with the movement through the maze.
No.
Oh no!
No.
Oh no! Ooh! Did the player get disorientated? Perhaps.
I think so.
Because he's now heading back into the first section of the maze.
Oh, you were on the right path there.
So let's see what happens here. And now this is becoming... You see, this is the problem with the maze though, right? Is once you get lost...
Yes.
Then you... sometimes don't even know whether you're going the right direction. There we go. There we go. And heading into the third part of the maze now. Now it's just this last little tricky one.
Yes, yes.
Yes, go that way. There we go. There we go. We've got a Livingston player here. Ooh, ooh. Who's doing very well.
Yes, guide him back.
Oh, there we go. You see the guidance happening here from the team at the top.
There we go. There's another player going the right way. No. No.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, back into the second section of the maze.
Let's see if there's a player who's
There we
got... There we go. We've got two players that have possibilities
There
of
we
finding...
go.
There we go. Livingston Lightning finding those stairs, setting off the fireworks.
That's great.
And logging in their time before the DNF. Good teamwork there at the end. Finding their way out. So both teams finishing the map within the allotted time. And we will confirm those times for you once they are available as well. Sika, I don't know. Let's just check if the times are logged.
Yes, so we have a time from the Armstrong Avengers, and so far the best time on this map today with 5 minutes and 14 seconds.
Look at that, the Armstrong Avengers, 5 minutes 14. That is a very, very good time for that map.
Very good time on this map.
And the Livingston Lightning team did finish the map before the allotted time as well, and we will see if we have their updated time. I don't think so as yet, but we will give you that time as soon as it is available. And so far, the 5 minutes and 14 seconds is actually the best time logged, right?
That has been, yes.
So that is a really, really amazing run for the Armstrong Avengers. If you look at your screen now, you will see the bracket as it stands, and very, very exciting, or we're heading for a very, very exciting finals, right? Yeah. Now, if we're going into the semis, we will be looking at the Scott Speetzers playing the Hillary Heroes, and we will be looking at the Hillary Hunters playing the Armstrong Avengers. Now, by the look of it, if there is, depending on who wins, we could see different houses facing each other, or we could see perhaps a single house face each other, depending on how
Can't
the game.
imagine how that rivalry will go.
That
We
would
see
be-
Hillary Heroes
that
versus
might
Hillary
be
Hunters.
a little bit rough, right?
Okay.
Having that.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough cast. We're going to have to stick to like heroes and hunters.
Perfect. So guys, again, we're doing a bit of a fly through on the map for you. If you haven't seen the Egypt map yet, or if you are just joining us on stream now, this is the Egypt map in all its glory, and you will see this map today for the last time. This is a season 1 map, and the next time we will be live will be on the 25th of this month with the Inter-Schools that is also hosted here at Montrose, and of course that will be on the brand new maps, or the season 2 maps, because that is when we will be on them. So today we are literally closing off the season 1 map. So the last time that you are seeing this Egyptian map, it's an absolutely beautiful and crazy good looking map. Just over 27.5 million blocks, 4 challenges, and took over 210 hours to build. I think we are readying up the next teams, and I think maybe we go for a bit of a break just to make sure that the teams are readying up. So I think we're going to go to a short ad break, maybe 5 minutes or so, and then we will be back with you guys with our next match.
It's just you, me, and the odds. We stuck together, we 2 peas in a pod. You dealt a bad hand, I'm there seizing the cards. We'll never be separated till we see in the gods. We truth in my word, you I lie to never end. Let me be your shield, let me be your shield. Let me be your shield, let me be your... Yeah, even with a blindfold or in different time zones, could find my way to you with my eyes closed. There's nothing between us. Go to Mars and Venus, stand in front of every one of them rocks they slinging and be your shield.
Your shield.
Yeah.
In the fiercest battle, I'll defend you.
I'll defend you.
guys, and welcome back. And we are ready to go on to our next match. From what we understand, the players should already be seated, and we will be going to that game very, very shortly. So I'm just hearing from the production team. Sorry, guys, can you repeat that? All right, so we will be introducing the Norse world. So we are moving on to the Norse maps. And
my
Sika,
favorite.
this is your favorite map, isn't
Look at it, it's so pretty.
Yeah, so this is about the Norse mythology, right? And the Vikings and all of that. Now, what I always say when we see this map, and again, guys, today, this is the last time that we will be seeing the Norse map for this season. The Norse map is, of course, there's so much in the Norse map that you don't actually see while you are playing. There's a lot of peripherals built into this map. Some nice Nordic shields, and of course, Sika, that your favorite, that Norse symbol hanging over the top of the mountain.
The ruin, yes.
Yes, the ruin. There we go. And you can see the ruin there. Maybe we'll get a nice shot of it as well when the guys do a fly through. Beautiful waterscapes as well with these Viking boats and the Norse mountain.
There's the ruin.
With the ruin hovering above that. So we will be going on to the team shortly. We've got about I think 4 matches left, if I'm correct. Three matches left. So again, guys, as we said, apologies for running a little bit over today. We did have that absolute crash on the internet, and I wanted to now highlight this very nice ruin that we are flying through. Look at that, that's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Of course, the internet unfortunately left us earlier today, so we had a bit of a break in connection. So we are running a little bit behind schedule because of that, but the technical team were absolute stars. They got everything back up and running so that we can finish today's tournament. So we're going to go into the game, I believe. I think the players are ready, and we are ready to go.
Okay, 10 seconds and we're going to start. Right, so we've got, of course, the Scots Speedsters versus the Hillary Heroes. And they're off.
There we go. Now, of course, on this map, they start off with a parkour section and also some secret buttons. So the idea in this parkour section is that all the buttons are found. The different buttons or the correct button will actually open a bigger part of the parkour section and allow the players to open the magic door that you can barely see there in the left-hand corner of the screen. And when they get through that door, it will lead them onto a question section. But this is the challenge on the first part of this map, is finding the correct buttons that will not only extend the parkour, but also open that door that will lead you out of the parkour section. So in my view, this map is one of those that starts off most difficult. It is not an easy parkour to start off with. They do have to find the correct buttons to press though, to have that door. There we go, and they did manage to find it. The Scots Speeders, and the door is now open. They will head off over into the next section, and this is that section with the
3-cube maze.
The 3-cube maze. Now, what makes this section very difficult is that if you guys have a look at the way that it is structured, is that there's a maze against the walls as well as one that the players have to move through, which is very, very disorientating for the players, right? Because sometimes you don't know whether you are up or down, or which side of the maze you are facing to. But hopefully they get through this section quite smoothly. I see Scott is moving very, very quickly in this part of the maze, finding their way through. Luckily, it's not a very big maze.
All right, so Hillary Heroes have opened the door already, but they haven't actually gotten through it yet. Not sure why. I'm not sure if they see that the door is even open. But I mean, it's there. You guys can go.
Now, the Scots Speeders, in the meantime, have managed to make it through the maze, and they are now heading up to this question section. Now, of course, they will be asked a question, and if they choose the correct answer, they will get the easy maze that doesn't contain zombies. Oh, no, and if they get the question wrong, like you see what happened there, they will get the harder maze, which does contain zombies. Now, luckily, there's a box there that they can pick up a sword from to defend themselves from the zombies. if they do not pick up the box, then they will just have to try and avoid the zombies as best as possible. And now we are seeing the Hillary heroes in that first part of the what did you call it? The wall maze.
The 3D cube maze.
The 3D cube maze. There we go. Now this is Scott Speeders now trying to find their way through the zombie maze.
Oh,
taking a few hits there by the zombie. I don't think the player from Scott actually picked up the sword.
No.
Now, of course, guys, remember, if you do get killed here by the zombie, you will be teleported back. The player can fight back with his hands. Of course, it's a lot more harder fighting back with your hands if you didn't pick up that sword. Does manage to kill the zombie, though. Passes one of his players.
I thought there was another zombie. I was like, oh no.
Got a bit of a script there. Oh, and that is another zombie. And I think actually the player did get taken out the second time there by the zombie, and I think he would have been teleported back.
Right. In the meantime, Hillary Heroes have actually also opened up the zombie maze. So, oh, there we go. The Scott Speedsters now through to the final section now, which is a archery section. So they have to hit all 3 targets, and it will open up the ladder. Correct. If I'm not mistaken. Yes.
Correct. So one of the targets are hit already. Of course, they have to hit all 3 of the targets for the ladder to drop down. Once the ladder drops down, all that they have to do is climb the ladder to the top of the mountain and claim the win. Right now, there's 1 of the 3 targets have been hit. And this section sometimes trips up a few players, especially if there is not a specific player in the team that has focused on some archery skill. Let's see what the Speedsters can do here. 1 out of 3 targets are hit already, while the Hillary heroes are in the second maze, the zombie maze.
Yeah. Although they did pick up the sword, so it's a little bit easier to get through there.
I can see now the Scott Speedsters trying to hit that second target. Ooh, almost getting it. There we go. Second target, third target hit as well. The ladder is down. They can. Is the third target hit? Remember, if they only hit 2 of the 3 targets, it will only drop down a part of the ladder.
Oh, and Hillary Heroes was so close to getting to that ladder.
It seems like
what happened?
It seems like the ladder has dropped down here for the Scott Speeders. They want to make sure they hit that third target. It's difficult because you've got to jump and shoot at the same time. All 3 targets have been hit, in fact, and the ladder is dropped, so the Scott Speeders can actually take the win here already.
All the Scott Speeders have to do is climb the ladder.
They have to go up the ladder.
Are we looking for the ladder?
The ladder is down. We can see the ladder. It is down. The Scott Speeder has to just run and go up the ladder to take the win. And there we go. The Scott Speeder sees the ladder. He's going up the ladder.
There we go. He's all the way to the top now.
He's got to reach the top and then claim the win.
And there we go, right at the top of the mountain.
And that does mean the Scott Speeders take that run.
There we go.
And you can see the player going, it's over, guys. Don't worry, I've taken the win for us. And we watch the Hillary Heroes as they now go through this last part of the zombie maze, trying to find their way out, and they will find their way. No,
we went back.
No, they turned around. They were on the right track.
You were right there.
They were on the right track to find their way out. This is the problem with the maze, though, right? Like I said to you earlier, once you are lost, you are disorientated, and then to try and find your way out is sometimes very, very hard. But let's see if they can find their way.
Almost. There's actually been a couple of times where they've almost been at the ladder. It's been so close, and just got themselves turned around right at the end.
So let's have a quick look where they are. We will of course allow them to finish the map because they have to log in their times for league purposes. So we've just been informed by the production team that the team has about a minute and a half left. before they reach the maximum time. So let's see if they can find their way out of here and still finish the archery section within that minute and a half.
Yeah, camera guy.
Yeah, I think
this,
our camera
this
guy...
map is a little bit dark, so it is sometimes a little bit difficult to find the players as they are...
scrounging around to find their way out. So let's see. And I'm not sure whether Hillary Heroes will be able to find their way out of this maze in time. They did pick up the swords though, so they are still running around with the swords.
I don't think there's any zombies left, to be honest.
And our camera guy is trying to find the players. There we go. There is now 30 seconds left for the Hillary Heroes. I do think it's not enough time to finish both parts of the section of this section. Let's see if they can get out. Come on, I think there's about 15 seconds. So close. Yes, go. Yes. And Hillary Heroes, they do manage to find the ladder. They will head up into the archery section, but I do think they will run out of time.
Oh, especially if you fall down the ladder. There you go.
And unfortunately, they have reached the maximum allotted time. So Hillary Heroes do receive a DNF on this map, which means that the winners were, of course, Scott Speedsters, and they have taken the win. That is always an exciting map for me because, especially because of that archery section at the end. Now, the interesting thing now is we now have the Hillary Hunters coming up against the Armstrong Avengers, which means that there is a potential that we could have two Hillary teams facing each other in the final, right?
Well, yes,
I mean, that is a possibility. So, I mean, both these teams, Hillary Hunters and Armstrong Avengers, have been playing really, really well today. So I'm not particularly rooting for anyone specific, but let's see if it's going to be a house final or whether it's going to be a houses final. All right. So let's have a quick... Oh, sorry, I misread that. I apologize. The Speedsters are, of course, already in the finals.
Yes.
So we have a Scott team in the finals. There we go.
Yes. So potentially we have the two Hillary teams facing off in the lower bracket final to see who will go up against the Scott Speedsters.
All right. Perfect. So guys, we're not going to take another break. We will maybe just do an ad break as these two teams ready up. This is, of course, the Hillary Hunters and the Armstrong Avengers. So we are going to go to that very short ad break, and then we'll be back with your next game. guys, and we are back, and it seems that the players are almost ready, and this is of course the game between the Hillary Hunters and the Armstrong Avengers. We're just confirming with our production team. I think we had one other player that had to log in, and once the teams are ready, we're going to go to that game, to the game screen, and let's see. I think they are ready. There we go. The countdown
This should
has
actually
already
be
begun.
a really good match. These two teams have actually done some really good times so far. The Hillary Hunters did one of the fastest times today, which was 2 minutes and 48 seconds on the first map.
So let's see how quickly they can get through this parkour section. A couple of players there dropping off. Let's see. Of course, the objective of this parkour section is to find the correct buttons to press to not only extend the parkour section, but to also open that magic door on the far side of the room. So let's see how quickly these players can do it.
This is a very much a communication exercise as well, because you have to sort of be like, okay, I press that button, you go press that button, you go press the other button. One of the buttons is going to work.
Yes, of course, these buttons are also randomized, so it does make it more difficult for the teams because they can't memorize the sequences. And they have to find the correct buttons within this room, again, to not only extend the parkour section so they can actually get to the magic door, but also find the button that will open the magic door.
It looks like am I seeing that correctly? Hillary Hunters looks like they've opened the door?
I think they've extended the parkour, but they haven't opened the door yet. So they still need the correct button to open that door, and as Murphy would have it,
yeah, everybody rushes because they extend the parkour, and then
correct. Everybody runs to the door because the parkour has been extended, but then they still need to find that button that will open the door.
Armstrong Avengers also. Oh, there we go. They've opened the door now.
There we go.
Rushing through into the first.
Armstrong Avengers through, going up those stairs, and they are running into the block maze.
The cubic nightmare.
The cubic nightmare, yes. So Armstrong Avengers now getting a couple of instructions. Of course, the instructions will help them to go through this maze. So let's see. Hillary
both
Hunters.
teams now in the cubic nightmarish maze.
Yes, absolutely. Hillary Hunters now entering the maze as well. And they're quite smart. They split up. Did you see that?
Yeah.
So they split up, everyone trying to find their way. Of course, they do really only need one player to be able to make it through the maze. But both these teams, both the Armstrong Avengers as well as the Hillary Hunters, in the cubic nightmare. Of course, guys, the last time today that we are seeing the Norse maps, the next time we will be live will be on the 25th with the Inter-Schools tournament, and then of course we will be on Season 2 maps. So today, the last time that we are playing the Season 1 map, so really the last time that you will be seeing the Nordic maps as well.
Hillary Hunters through to the second maze. They have to answer the question to see which maze they open, and they do open the maze with the zombies. So get your sword out, let's get fighting.
So of course, they can avoid the zombies as well, right? I mean, they don't need to fight them.
Yes, but it's more fun.
Yes, I agree. It's more fun and it's quicker. But look at this. Armstrong Avengers have pushed forward.
Oof, if they can open up the easier maze, they could have a distinct advantage here.
That could have. Of course, they are being asked a question by that NPC, and if they provide the correct answer, it will open the easy maze for them. If they do get the question wrong, then they open up the zombie maze. Unfortunately, the zombie maze is the one they get, and now they have to rush. And again, it's head-on-head here with both the Hillary Hunters as well as the Armstrong Avengers. Armstrong Avengers are moving very quickly through these maze walls, though. But this is not an easy maze, right?
It's not. It's not quite as confusing as the cubic one, but it is still a very difficult maze.
Correct. So let's see if they can... of course, there's no help here either. You can't get help from a teammate at the top or anything like that. It's really about trying to find that ladder where you can go up and get out of the maze. So let's see who does that first.
Oh, we encountered a zombie there by the Armstrong Avengers. Run away. Oh, nope, back
Another
to the zombie.
Hit the zombie,
And
kill the zombie. And Armstrong Avengers kills off that zombie. And now they've got to find their way back into the maze here. And there they talk to each other. One friend telling another one, we can't go that way. We've tried that way. We have to try and find a different way.
Hillary Hunters is through into the archery section already. Woo, now it's just going to come down to accuracy skills.
Archery skills. So let's see who can get all 3 targets. Remember, guys, if all 3 targets get hits, that means the ladder will drop, and all that the team then has to do is race up the ladder to claim the win at the top of the mountain. And there we go. The ladder has dropped.
That was quick.
Let's just see if it's
That
all three. I think it's all 3 targets. All 3 targets have been hit. Again, the team didn't see the ladder drop. They just need to...
I think there's one target that still needs to be hit. I think there's a section of that ladder that hasn't come down yet.
Oh, but look at
and
this.
Armstrong Avengers also entering the archery section. So it's down to the wire on this one.
So let's just see what they...
Oh, there's some of it.
Let's see.
No, that's on the other side. It looks like Hillary Hunter's trying to go up that ladder. I don't think that other section has been opened yet. They have to hit the other targets.
So they've got to hit all 3 targets for the entire ladder to be opened. And I think there's one target, if it looks to me like the bottom right-hand one, that hasn't been hit. And now it looks like it's been hit. And the Hillary Hunters racing to the top. Will they take the win from the Armstrong Avengers?
And they do.
No, I think he fell off. There we go. Still got up. And Hillary Hunters takes the win.
Yay!
And the kids are absolutely ecstatic taking the win there. They were neck in neck with the Armstrong Avengers, but the Hillary Hunters taking the win then there from Armstrong. And I think Armstrong now just needs to hit 2 more targets, and then they will be able to activate that
There's the second one.
That 3-part ladder as well.
You need to hit that 3rd target.
So 1 more target to hit. Ooh, almost hit that 3rd target.
It's close, guys.
And let's see, maybe we can get the archer into the picture as well, so that we can see how they are firing. I know they need to jump and shoot at the same time to hit some of these targets.
I'm sure if everybody just starts, firing, someone's going to hit it.
Yes, at that 3rd point. There we go. And they hit the 3rd target, which allows that ladder to come down.
Oh, you guys can go.
All 3 targets have been hit now.
Run.
So let's see, they can race to the top here, claim their time.
That's such a long ladder.
It is a very long ladder, but they will make it to the top and log in their time.
There we go.
That was a very, very good match with 2 teams very, very close to each other. And we did see the Armstrong Avengers there finishing off the match.
Nice. Well done to both teams. I will have to have a look at the times as they came through.
So let's see if the times have been updated.
These ones have not been updated as yet.
Not updated as yet, but we will give you guys an indication on the times just now. But a very, very good run there by both teams. Both had very, very fast times, I think.
They did.
Because especially in that zombie section, it was really, really good. Both teams had a very good run. And this is, of course, the map that you guys are watching with us. This is the Norse map. It is Seeker's favorite.
Yes.
It's, of course, a race inside that mountain, basically. So at the end, you come out on top. So there's a lot of this map on the outside that you can't actually see during the gameplay, that the guys have painstakingly put together. And I think you would all agree with me, it looks absolutely beautiful. Of course, the Norse map consisting of just over 8,000, well, actually almost 8.2 million blocks. It does have 4 challenges in it, and it took around 120 hours to build.
120 hours of absolutely beautiful work. Well done.
painstaking labor. That's what it was.
Well, I mean, I don't know that it would be so painstaking. It's such a beautiful
it's fun to build, right? I mean, the guys really enjoy to build it. Right, so we're on to our next match, which is the Hillary Heroes versus the... Look at this, the Hillary Heroes versus the Hillary Hunters.
Yeah, there we go.
And this is effectively play-off for
the finals, yes,
right?
Yes. So basically, these teams are going to go head-to-head and find out who gets to play the Scott Speedsters in the final. Now, whichever one of these teams wins and goes through to play Scott Speedsters, if they do win that match versus Scott Speedsters, there will be a second match versus Scott Speedsters. If, however, Scott Speedsters... I feel like I'm saying Scott Speedsters a lot. It's like a sibilance.
Yes.
If Scott Speedsters does win the first time around, they will be the overall champions. So if one of these two teams that are about to go head-to-head do win that match, they will be... Of course, the double elimination will kick in, and there will need to be a playoff for that final.
Correct, guys. So as we did say right in the beginning of today is based on a double elimination, which means that for a team to be knocked out, they have to actually lose twice to be knocked out of the tournament. Now, today, Scott Speeders has not lost a match that they've played in so far, so far today, which means that if they only lose in the final, we will then go to what is called the grand final. Because Scott Speeders do actually need to be knocked out twice before they are knocked out of the tournament completely. So we will go to a very short ad break. The teams are signing in. I think there's 2 players that still need to be signed in. So after the ad break, we will be back with your next match.
It's just you, me, and the odds. We stuck together, we 2 peas in a pod. You dealt a bad hand, I'm there seizing the cards. We'll never be separated till we see in the gods. We truth in my word, you I lie to never end. Let me be your shield, let me be your shield. Let me be your shield, let me be your... Yeah, even with a blindfold or in different time zones, could find my way to you with my eyes closed. There's nothing between us. Go to Mars and Venus, stand in front of every one of them rocks they slinging and be a shield.
Yeah. In the fiercest battle, I'll defend you. I'll defend you.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. We were a bit blank there for a second, and we were both looking like we were deer in the headlights.
Both like, oops, did our screen break?
Absolutely. So I understand that the players have been loaded in, Hillary Heroes and Hillary Hunters, and the players are ready, and we will go to those game screens and get that match underway. Of course, it is this match, and then we are on the final. So again, guys, we do apologize. We are running a few minutes late today because of the internet break that we had earlier, but we are catching up very nicely. And again, it's just these 2 matches that are left. It's this, and then, of course, the final. So stick around with us. The match is going to start in about 10 seconds. And let's see who goes through this map the quickest.
And we're about to start. Let's go. And the gates are open.
So now we can actually talk about the Heroes and the Hunters team, because they are both from the House of Hillary.
House of Hillary, yes. Sounds like
something
like
out
a
of
fashion
Game
house.
of Thrones, right?
Yeah, well, yes, that as well. But like a fashion house,
Yes,
House of Hillary.
House of Hillary. Both of them are from the House of Hillary. And it is the Heroes and the Hunters team. And of course, they are now in the first part of this map, which is the parkour section, where they have to hit the buttons to extend the parkour as well as open that door on the far side of the room. And we're going to see which of the 2 teams are most coordinated to do this as quickly as possible. Of course, they first of all have to find the secret buttons, because some of the buttons simply do nothing, and some of the buttons extend the parkour and actually opens that magic door. So we've got both teams here trying to find those buttons. Most of them tend to find the button that extends the parkour first, and then there we go. But it looks like Heroes have managed to open the door already, and Heroes are heading through and up the stairs.
Both teams.
Yes, absolutely.
Both teams are actually in the cubic nightmare.
Are they in the cubic? And they are moving fast.
Yeah.
There's some very fast movement here in the cubic nightmare.
I think now the teams are just like, I kind of know this. I kind of know this.
Look at this.
Look at Hunters.
The Hunters have made it to the ladder and they are heading up into the question section. Now, depending on whether they get the question right or wrong, they will open the zombie maze. And actually, both teams have opened the zombie maze.
This is going to be fast.
So they are racing. Pick up the sword, pick up the sword.
No, don't die.
Don't die.
The zombie just follows you out the maze. He's not scared.
No. Fighting outside the maze. Right, kill the zombie, get back into the maze and find your way through. This is the Hunters are of course in that maze already, and they've been in that maze for a little bit longer than the Heroes. The Heroes have entered the maze now as well and trying to find their way around this part of the maze. Of course, again, it's not as difficult as the Cubic Nightmare, but still a very difficult
I feel like
maze.
this one has more twists and turns.
This one has shorter sort of areas that you can move in, so I think you get disorientated a little bit easier because of the short sort of walkways. But the benefit that you have though is that it's a much smaller maze, right? So if you do sort of find your way into a direction that is the right direction, you tend to go there quicker, right? Now, of course, what they are looking for is they are looking for this ladder, and it looks like the Hunters have found the ladder and they are going to go for the archery now.
Hunters are up.
So
Heroes, I mean, it's so close because the maze is so small that it could be just around the next corner.
correct. Now, of course, the Hunters have to hit all 3 targets for that ladder to come down and open up the mountain. I think they've hit 2 of the 3 targets now already.
Yeah. Oh, Heroes are now also in the archery
Ooh,
section.
this is neck and neck.
This is going to be a close one.
If the Heroes players can manage to hit those 3 targets and look at that, Hunters do open the ladder.
Is that full ladder?
It's not
all 3?
I don't think it's the full ladder. I think it's the shorter ladder. Let's just have a look.
Is it?
No,
it's all the way.
it is the full ladder. If they race to the top, they will claim the win.
Oh, and Heroes is so close behind.
But Hunters takes the win.
Nice.
Hunters takes the win. And look at that.
Look how
That is
excited they are.
absolute excitement from the Hunters who have managed to take the
That's
win. The
wonderful.
Heroes are right there. They've opened the ladder.
Well done.
And the Hunters are ecstatic. I just want to confirm, I think the Heroes can actually go to the... I think all 3 targets are hit. I'm not 100% sure. We can't see from this angle which targets have been hit. There we go. It looks like all 3 targets have been hit. So the Heroes should be able to go to the top of the mountain and claim their time. The ladder is already down. I'm not 100% sure the player sees that he's already dropped down or she's already dropped down the ladder.
They might be waiting for their teammates to join them so they can do a
team win at the top.
A team completion.
So the ladder is down. And again, I'm not 100% sure the Hillary's Hero player is seeing that the ladder is down and they can actually claim their win. Still shooting at those targets. It does look like all 3 targets have been hit. We're just confirming with our production team. But I think all 3 targets have been hit. And production has confirmed for us.
Yes. Not sure how much time Hillary Heroes actually has to complete this map now.
So it looks like 2 minutes that is left on the time clock to finish this map. The Hillary Heroes have more than enough time if they see that they have dropped down that ladder. But I don't think the player.
Well, they need to, maybe this player is afraid of heights and is waiting for one of the other players to come through to climb the ladder.
Possibly, yes.
But yeah.
So
all they need to do is climb up.
If they climb up the ladder, they will claim the win for their team. All 3 the targets have been hit. They just need to get
There's
up.
the ladder.
They need to get up the ladder and claim the win for the team.
Yes.
There we go.
There we go.
The Heroes see the ladder. They go up that ladder, and that will claim the win for the Hillary Heroes, and they will still get their time logged in for the league, because there we go, and the Hillary Heroes log in their time.
Well done.
Brilliant. So that that basically concludes that match, and it will mean that the Hunters will go through to the finals to face off against the Speeders, and that will be our next match. Now, I think that we have been readying up the teams in the background, so I don't think there will be much of a break that we will take. Perhaps maybe just a small ad break. I'm just confirming with the production team, and then we will go straight into the finals, and that will be between the Hillary Hunters and the Scott Speeders. So we're going to a 2-minute ad break, and when we come back, we will go straight into the finals.
Upholding high education standards is more challenging than ever, especially when teachers have to find new ways of engaging students amid today's digital distractions. And in uncertain times, it's hard to even keep students in school. What you need are smarter, innovative solutions. Meet the Next Generation Classroom, where students and teachers can rediscover the joy of learning even beyond classroom walls. It opens a window into another world and lets us change countless lives with a touch. It makes every lesson a rewarding exchange as teachers track and motivate their students' progress. When educators can transform the way they teach, they can transform the future and move imaginations beyond space and time. It's time to equip your institute with powerful, future-driven learning solutions that empower educators to defy the limits of the conventional syllabus. Already, we find that distance can bring us closer and break down the barriers that held us back from sharing great ideas with the world. Now, we can build new information networks that keep us connected even as we stay apart. Together, we can build a school without walls, where learning without limits can inspire and empower the future of learning.
There we go, guys, and you are back with us for the final. We are about to go into the final, and it is, of course, between the Hillary Hunters and the Scott Speedsters. And of course, I was pronouncing it as Speeders, the last map. And we are looking forward to that map. But before that final starts, we're going to have a very quick look at what these players are playing for today, and we're going to swap over to our team in the arena to show us the trophies over there. And what you are looking at is the trophies on the table. That is, of course, the trophies for the Lenovo Arena Interhouse tournament today here at Montrose. Of course, the first prizes include today from our team from Cricket, a Cricket Joy machine. You would have seen some ads from Cricket during the stream today. Absolutely wonderful machines. The overall tournament made possible by Lenovo sponsorship, working in partnership, of course, with Windows and Windows 11 specifically. Sika, those trophies are beautiful, right?
Yes, they are really, really gorgeous. I mean, of course, made with the cricket, so you can see what they are capable of.
Wonderful, wonderful. Right, we are told by our production team that we are ready to go, so we will be swapping into the game cameras now, and this is the final, guys. If you are in the arena, I hope there's some cheers going on there. In about 5 seconds from now, that gate will drop and we will find out who our champions are for this Interhouse tournament today.
Or if there's going to be a grand final.
Yes, this is also true, right? Of course, if Scott Speedsters, apologies, loses now, there will be a grand final. Because this is a double elimination tournament, a team has to actually lose twice to be knocked out. And the Speedsters is the only team today so far that has been undefeated. So they will, of course, also be allowed that opportunity. But let's see what happens here. It is a matter of finding the right button. Oh, but look at this. The Hunters already found the button there. They've opened the door. And they are into the the Nightmare Maze. So the wall maze, right? So they are in there, and let's see how quickly they can move through this small maze here.
Oh.
Ooh,
There we
and
go.
The
That's
hunters,
so quick.
The hunters found the way out. They are now onto the questions and answer section. Let's see. They do get the answer wrong, which
I
means
don't
that
even think they went for the answer. I think they went straight to a
button.
A button, and was just like, you know what, we can do this. We got this.
So we've got the speedsters now here in the parkour section, still trying to open that door. We've got the hunters in the zombie maze. So let's see how quickly they can move through the zombie maze section. They moved very, very quickly through that first maze. The zombie maze here, tripping them up a little bit, giving the Scott speedsters some time to find that magic door in the parkour section, which they now managed to do. This means that they're heading into the nightmare maze now. Getting some tips there from the NPC, and let's see how quickly they can go through the nightmare maze section. Moving very, very quickly here though as well. Let's see. Running into a bit of a wall there. The hunters, of course, still in the zombie maze. I think that is tripping them up a little bit at the moment, but if they move quickly, they can still manage to find their way out. They are heading in the right directions.
No, the other right direction.
Yes, your other right. So let's see quickly.
Ooh, they're so close. So close.
And the speedsters making some good progress in that maze
and
as
hunters
well.
are through. Hunters are through to the archery section.
Let's go. Let's see. Hunters are up. The speedsters are heading towards the zombie section now. Let's see if they manage to open up the easy section, then they have a good chance to catch the hunters here. Hunters hit one target. Oh, and look at this.
Speedsters have opened up the easy maze.
The easy maze. Do they have time to get through this easy maze very quickly? Hunters have hit a second target. It is a neck and neck race here with the speeders.
Oh, and hunters, are they on their way?
Hunters are up. They are up. Now, of course, you know what this means. It means that we will restart this map for the grand final. And hunters take the win there.
Nice.
Very, very well done there by the hunters. And they have secured themselves into the grand final. Of course, guys, let us just explain again, if you haven't heard us earlier today explaining why. This is a double elimination tournament, which means that you have to be knocked out of the tournament twice before you are actually knocked out. Now, the Scott Speeders have not lost a single map today, which means that they are at the moment undefeated up until this match that you just saw. That means that they will get a second opportunity in the grand final to go up against the hunters again, and the winner of that match will then be our ultimate champion. So we are going to allow the speedsters now just to have a quick log on their time here, and then we will reset the map for the grand final.
So this is the third time in a row that we've had to go to a grand final in tournaments.
Correct. We've now had three tournaments that we have used this map on, and in each one of them we had to go to a grand final. Yeah. So yeah, it seems to be the norm. It seems to be the norm.
There we go.
All right. And the speedsters log in that time. Right.
There we go.
So the speedsters now have a very good idea of what they need to do. Of course, we are only going to reset the map, so there will be no ad breaks or anything like that. The maps will simply be reset with the players on them, and we will then kick off the grand final. So we are going to do a quick last fly through the world so that you can see this map for the very last time. This is the Norse map, incredibly built map. Just some statistics on the map, just under 8.2 million blocks. There are 4 challenges on this map, and it took around 120 hours to build. Now, of course, guys, today it is again very, I almost want to say very historic. This is the third time that we are playing on these maps within a tournament environment, and for the third time we have to go to a double elimination grand final. So super exciting. The final year will be between Scott Speedsters and the Hillary Hunters, and the champions are about to be crowned. So we will be moving to the team cameras in just a few seconds. The maps have been reset and the players are...
Oh, hi, to us, yes.
Oh, to us. The players are almost ready. It's going to be a few seconds until the players are ready and set up for us to head into that grand final, and it is super exciting. Let's just see if we have some time updates of that last map. Not a massive difference between the two teams, Sika.
No, not at all. So we have the Scott Speedsters who managed to finish that map in 4 minutes and 49 seconds, which is already a really good time to finish that map in.
Absolutely.
But of course, Hillary Hunter's coming out on top there with 3 minutes and 24 seconds.
So heading into the grand final then, the Hillary Hunters do have a slight advantage being having a better time. But of course, you know, if you go into those mazes, a single maze can trip you up very easily, right? So guys, I think we are about ready to go. This is the absolute grand final between the Scott Speedsters and the Hillary Hunters. We have two players that are just logging in and or resetting themselves for this map, and then we are ready to go for the grand final and to see who will be crowned ultimate champions for the Lenovo Arena Montrose Interhouse Primary School tournament today. That is a mouthful.
That is a mouthful. But of course, we have to thank Lenovo for their sponsorship for this event,
Absolutely.
Cricket for their sponsorship, and of course, Windows 11 has been really good partners for this tournament.
Operating system. Right?
Yes.
So Scott Speeders, Hillary Hunters, we are about to go. We're going to head over to the game cameras now. And actually, we might show the crowd for a second.
Yeah.
Let's see what that looks like. I haven't actually seen that today because we've been stuck
Yeah,
in this
we've been stuck in here.
little dodgy room at the back, bringing you the casting. Give us a wave, guys, if you can see us, so that we can wave hello to you and we can at least see the crowd there. There we go. You're on screen. Wave to us.
Hi.
There we go. Hi.
We're like right in the back.
We will see you in a little bit. Again, we apologize that we are running over a little bit today because of the internet outage. But we will see you in a little bit for the prize giving and to see who the ultimate champions of today will be. And of course, it is a face-off between the Scott Speedsters and the Hillary Hunters. I think we are now ready to go to game cameras. And the countdown will start as soon as we head into the game camera. It will be about 10 seconds before those gates will drop. And the champions are ready. Let's see.
I'm sure the nerves are shot. 3,
2, 1. And the gates go down. And there we go. Both teams are on their way. Let's see.
Now, of course, both teams know exactly what they need to do, and the pressure is on to make sure that they get themselves in and through those mazes first to get to the archery section.
This is, of course, a winner-take-all, guys. This is the grand final. So the team that gets to the top of the mountain here first will be the winners for today. Right now, they are in the first part of this parkour section, and they need to find their way out by finding those magic buttons. One of the buttons will extend the parkour section, and the other button will open the magic door on the far side of the room. And whichever team does that the fastest will be able to move out of here. And it looks like the Speedsters managed to do it.
There we go.
They are heading up into the Nightmare maze section. Now, they've had a run at this just a match before, so hopefully there's some muscle memory.
They're running very fast here.
Oh, look at this.
Look at
the
that.
Speeders found the ladder, and they are heading up into the second section here, where they will have a question section that they need to answer. Sometimes I see players skipping the question and just going for, let's try this lever. Oh,
we have one sitting there listening for the question, and the other player's like, nope.
I'm pressing this one.
Let's just go. Oh.
All right. Sorry, guys. We've just heard from our production team that there seems to be an error on the map. So we have to reset the map. The last part of the map apparently was not functioning. So if the players got there, then they wouldn't be able to actually get to on top of the mountain. So there was a small error on the map. So they have to reset it for all the players.
That's what happens in live.
Unfortunately, that does happen. So that the maps will very quickly be reset. And then we will get those two teams back into the game and reset. We do apologize for that. It is something that's technology, sometimes out of our control. So luckily we've picked that up well ahead of time, because it would have been awful for those players to get to the end of the map and not be able to get up that ladder. So the error in the map has now been reset. I'm going to ask our production team if we could very quickly just go to the game screen and see if all those players have been transported back to the start of the map.
Yeah, they are just checking on their side and making sure that everybody's being transported back to the beginning.
Okay, perfect.
Right, but yes, I mean, what an exciting day! Absolutely happy.
Can I tell you that I've just I just heard from the production guys that literally it was one of the camera viewers who picked up that last ladder wouldn't have dropped down. And I think it would have been absolutely devastating to the players to get that far into the map and not been able to finish. So it's great that our map viewers actually picked that up while the guys were still in the maze section. They are rectifying that coding error so that last map or the last ladder does work perfectly before we allow the players back into the map. So a bit of a technical glitch there. But again, very, very lucky that the map viewers picked that up, so early in the map and are able to quickly rectify the problem.
That's the beauty of having the map
Can I tell
sitting
you,
right there.
this actually just makes it more exciting for me for the final. I mean, it's such a build-up to who is this team going to be that overcomes all these odds and finally gets to climb that mountain and get to the absolute top, right?
Like it's literally like they're climbing a mountain to get there.
Absolutely.
Like I think actually we probably would have been a lot quicker just to actually get them to do parkour on the outside of the mountain.
Yes, absolutely. So guys, if you're joining us in the audience today and in the arena, I hope you're making some noise for these teams. We're talking about the Norse map. There was a small map error that in the coding that the guys picked up, luckily very early on in the map, so we had to reset for the grand final. The grand final, of course, is being played on the Norse map. It consists of just under 8.2 million blocks, 4 challenges, and took about 120 hours to build. So a really, really cool map, and we are looking at very much forward to this grand final that the players have now been reset for. It has been confirmed that the coding on that last ladder has been sorted out, so that will be working now as well. And for the audience that is joining us today, again, maybe it's a good opportunity to give our sponsors a shout out again. Our main sponsor, Lenovo, sponsoring today's tournament. In conjunction with them, we have some first prizes that are being sponsored by our cricket team. And also some other prizes, and then of course Windows 11 as well. Now guys, just so that you know, for the spectators out there as well, today's first prize is worth around 15,000 Rand that the first team place will win. So it is a very nice prize, very decent from cricket.
And of course, if you are here in the audience at the moment, just turn around and give some love to the guys at cricket.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much for being here and showing everybody what cricket is capable of, and how awesome those machines really are.
Absolutely. Our trophies, of course, today as well, also actually made with those crickets. Yeah. So you can actually see what, if you have a look at the trophies on the trophy table, if you are in the audience.
And you know what's the really cool part about those trophies?
Yep.
They're going to be personalized with the names of the winners after, the final is done.
Yeah, that's
the nice thing about cricket,
touch,
right? It's personalizing on the go, customizing on the go. You can absolutely do so much with those machines.
Wonderful. I'm just checking with our production team. I think the teams are ready, and we are going to go to the game screen. And again, guys, for the second time,
let's do the grand final.
we are doing the countdown for you for the grand finals. And we'll do a 5-second countdown for you.
7, 6,
5,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go!
And the teams.
And let's make some noise for our teams.
The teams are off. And here we go. Let's see. Is it the Hillary Hunters or the Scott Speedsters that will come out on top for this grand final?
Woo.
What an exciting day, right? There's been some technical issues with the internet. There was some coding events going on, but we managed to get here, and this is the exciting stuff, right? Let's see. They are hitting those buttons. Of course, it has been randomized.
Oh, there we go. Hillary Hunters on their way.
And the Speedsters as well. The Speedsters are through. This is naked, and this is what a final should be.
Is this going to be even closer?
I hope so. I love finals like these where you can almost not spot who's the different
look at the
team.
Hunters.
The Hunters moving very, very quickly. They are up that ladder, and they will go for. Will they go for the question, or will they just go for the button? Let's see what they do. They go for the button and they open the zombie maze.
Of course, we know Speedsters did get the question right on one of the previous rounds.
Correct.
So if they can get that easier map, they might actually even put themselves more in the lead at this point.
Let's see if the Speedsters also go for the button.
Yeah.
And they go into the zombie maze picking up that sword. And let's see who goes through the zombie maze quicker.
You know what we should have had? A statistic on the most zombies killed.
In total, this maze can actually spawn 20 zombies. So you can only kill 20 at the end of it.
Look at that.
Oh,
Hunters
look at this. Hunters are through to this
section.
archery section.
Speedsters is very close behind though.
So let's see. Speedsters heading up. They are on this last part of the maze. Let's see if Hunters can put their archery skills to the test. One target is hit. I think they've hit the second one as well. There we go. Second target is hit. Is the third target going to be... There we go. Hunters hit the third target. They have an opportunity here. Look at Speedsters coming up.
The archery section.
Speedsters are in the archery section, but the Hunters will come up. They're on the mountain and they take the game. The Hunters take it. And that makes them the absolute champions for today.
You gotta love the enthusiasm.
Hunters,
there.
And look at this. Speedsters are right there. Speedsters are right there. They are there we go. The Speedsters ladder is also down. They will head on to that and log their time. But taking nothing away from the Hunters today.
Amazing.
And that is the Hillary Hunters coming out on top. So effectively the winning house for today then is House of Hillary. And that is absolutely, absolutely beautiful. Guys, if you are joining us on the stream today, thank you very much for joining us. We have crowned our ultimate champions, the Hillary Hunters. We will ask you not to drop away from the stream and stick with us for a little bit. We are about to go into the prize giving and reward this players for their day. And for the way that they've played. Sorry, I've just heard from the production team as well that we will today unfortunately not have the prize giving on stream. It will be something reserved for the audience that is live with us in the arena today. So we will see the audience arena live in a second to come and do the prize giving. But guys, from our side, we have had a tremendous day with you on stream. A couple of technical issues. Again, we apologize for running over a little bit. It was absolutely amazing. The internet dropping. There were some coding issues on the map that we managed to sort out. A wonderful, wonderful day and absolutely great champions with the Hillary Hunters. From my side, I'm Yakusawa. I'm here with my co-host, Nsika. Sika, anything from your side before we close the stream?
I am just super impressed with the teams today, and of course, Montrose School, absolutely beautiful school. So, you guys, if you didn't make it down to the open house, check out the website as well. And of course, the team RGB, absolutely amazing production.
Maybe a last shout out to the sponsors.
Yes.
From our side, guys, Lenovo made this day possible as the overall sponsor. Today, of course, the Montrose Interhouse Lenovo Arena tournament. There we go. Again, a mouthful, right? And of course, our first prize is being sponsored by our cricket team, and everything, of course, in conjunction with Windows 11. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.